Oh. Stan, are you with us? Stan Branch? We're going to record this meeting.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah. Take it away, Stan.
Okay, good morning. Good morning and welcome to the November 2021 Hanford Advisory Board River and Plateau Committee meeting. My name is Stan Branch. I am the Deputy Designated Federal Officer for the Hanford site. As a reminder, this meeting will be conducted in accordance with the requirements of the Federal Advisory Committee Act. Advisory committees have played an important role in shaping programs and policies of the federal government. The Hanford Advisory Board's role provides policy-level advice and recommendations concerning the following EM site-specific issues such as cleanup activities and environmental restoration, waste and nuclear fuel waste and nuclear material management and disposition, access facilities, future land use and long-term stewardship, risk management, and communications. I appreciate your attendance today and look forward to the River and Plateau Committee's development and submission of constructive, actionable policy-level advice on the Hanford site cleanup. Appreciate your presence today, and thank you, and look forward to a productive meeting. Thank you. Back to you, Ruth.
Right. So we have restarted the recording, just to let you all know that. And with that, I'm going to pull up the agenda and let you do introductions and overview of what is RAP and what does it do.
Sounds good. If everyone can remember to put your name and the seat that you're representing in the chat or the organization you're with, that would be helpful. So welcome to the River and Plateau or RAP committee meeting. My name is Tom Cecilia. I'm an alternate for the Oregon Department of Energy and the RAP chair. RAP is one of two technical committees on the board, the other being the Tank Waste Committee. Tank Waste covers all the tank farms and retrievals and the waste treatment plant, and RAP covers pretty much everything else. With so much on our plate, we tend to cover a wide variety of topics every meeting, and we have some members who are down in the technical weeds on every topic, and others who are just here to learn about the big picture. So regardless of where you fall on the spectrum, if you have questions, feel free to ask. There are no stupid or silly questions. We're all here to increase awareness and knowledge about the site. RAP will typically request periodic updates on high priority projects, like the 324 building, WESIF, the PFP demo, that type of thing, and also topics that might warrant advice by the board. We hope to develop actionable policy level advice on cleanup issues at the site, but to do that, we have to first have in-depth discussion informed by agency or member presentations on the topic first. We welcome all viewpoints to take part in the discussions as we develop advice we can all live with. So welcome to your first official committee meeting if you're new, and if you're not new, welcome back. And with that, I will pass it back to Ruth.
Okay, I'm putting something in the chat. So it just dawned on me that we just inflicted a whole slug of acronyms on you. And so for those of you who are relatively new, there is a place on Hanford.gov that literally is an acronym list. And you can either go alphabetically if you know what it started with, or you can just type something in and say, what the heck does LERF stand for? Sounds like a kid's toy, right? So in the chat, I just put the link. I will admit that when I'm facilitating, I have that tab open on my computer. So if the acronyms are getting you, feel free to ask or open that up, and we will do our best to make sure that we're speaking mostly in English. Questions for Tom about RAP, what it does? Anyone? You can type in the chat and say, hey, I got a question. If not, go over the agenda. So we are going to do, did we only load the August minutes? Oh dear. Okay.
I can comment on that. I noticed when I was putting together the documents, the main minutes are already finalized. And I went back and checked. They
Okay.
were reviewed and approved all's well there.
Cool. All right. So usually at a committee meeting, our first decision point for a committee is adopting the meeting minutes from the prior meeting. And once that happens, Josh finalizes them and we post them on Hanford.gov so you can track what the committees are doing. We've got 3 presentations today, one on groundwater, one on the liquid effluent retention facility, LERF, and the effluent treatment facility, ETF, and some information on the groundwater supply plant. So we'll do a couple of those in the morning, one in the afternoon, and then after lunch, the other standard components of a committee meeting are open forum. So if you have something on your mind you want to talk about, and then committee business. The thing about committee business is we need to be looking ahead to the next meeting and not only identifying agenda topics, but specifically what we call framing questions. In English, that's the specific stuff that you are interested in about that topic. So we don't ask the agencies to bring us a rock. We actually say, this is the topic we're interested in, and these are the pieces of it that we're curious about. And we do have a question. Steve Wigman.
Good morning. Hey, Tom, that was a great intro. I was just curious, do we have any new members on this morning that are willing to introduce themselves?
That being a 2-part question, I think we do have new members on. The question is, do they want to introduce themselves?
They don't have to. I was just curious. I just want to welcome them on board, and you know, Tom runs a good meeting, so enjoy it.
Denise, you're a new member. Do you want to?
So this is Bob Thompson. I'm representing the city of Richland as a new member.
Welcome, Bob. Denise?
Hi, everyone. I'm Denise. I am the primary seat for Citizens for Clean Eastern Washington, working with Todd. Yeah, I'm brand new. I know nothing about anything. Thank you for providing the link for the website on acronyms, and I am super excited to be part of the team.
Wonderful.
Welcome. Thank you.
Anyone else? So when you have a question, when you want to make a comment, let me know in the chat. One of the quirks of online meetings is if we all talk at once, we literally won't hear what anybody says. So online meetings tend to go a little bit slower than in person because talking over people, you totally miss what we're saying. So that's why it feels a little gatekeepy with the chat, and I apologize for that. I don't mean it to be gatekeepy, but it's so you can actually hear each other is why we do it. And you'll see in the chat, I'll keep a list so you can see who's in the list. Questions about the agenda, what we're going to do? If not, we will go to the meeting minutes. We call them minutes now, not summaries. That just means they're longer. The meeting summary meeting minutes went out in the packet. So hopefully you had a chance to look through them. I didn't see any feedback. Josh, did you get feedback on the minutes and any clarifications that need to be made?
No, I didn't.
Anyone have? Oh, there you go. Tom Cecilia.
I was just wondering, and I probably could have checked this, but is there a link to the recording in the meeting minutes? And if,
Not in the meeting minutes themselves, but on the Hanford.gov webpage where the meeting minutes are posted. It'll be
Okay.
right next to it.
Might not be a horrible idea just to toss it in there for economy.
Okay, I'll do that.
Something up for our new folks. Okay, so for our new folks, if you go to Hanford.gov and Outreach and go down to this thing called Hanford Advisory Board, you might get in the habit of doing this. Hanford.gov, Outreach, Hanford Advisory Board, it pulls up this page. This is where you're going to find stuff. And there you've got governance documents, membership lists, have advice going up to number 310, lots of advice, and the agency responses to those advice, correspondence, annual report. So if you pop down here to committee meeting information, now you got a list of all the committees. And if we go down to wrap, you'll see there are, the information for each meeting. So in August, you see all of the documents related to the August meeting and the recording. So this is where you're going to find information on RAP, meeting minutes, agendas, presentations. We post the presentations as soon as we get them from the agencies. Sometimes that's like the day before a meeting, and depending on how fast the webmaster can turn it around, it can take 24 hours to actually get stuff posted. But this is where you're going to find those documents, those recordings, and what's up with RAP. So Hanford.gov, Outreach, Hanford Advisory Board. Hope that didn't make you dizzy.
So I'm not seeing any comments on the minutes. So
I'm not either.
I will move for approval there. Oh, Tom Galliotto.
No, sorry, my comment was beyond the minutes, but go ahead for your approval, Tom.
Okay, well, with no objections, let's go ahead and get those approved.
All right. So the one thing was adding the meeting summary link. I mean the meeting recording link to the summary.
Minutes.
Minutes. Gosh. Okay, I need more caffeine. So you'll see. So when we have more than one person with the same first name, I'll put the Q in the chat and I'll put a last initial. Unless it's a Dan, you'll get the whole last name. Dan. Tom Galliotto.
Yeah, I just wanted to take a moment to tell folks on this call that the BCC has coordinated an effort through the Executive Issues Committee of HAB to issue a letter summarizing comments that the public meeting generated on the DOE 5-year plan on October 20th. We just sent that out today, distributed it today. The letter was a formal letter, but the letter was not formally a HAB product because we didn't have enough time to go for consensus within the HAB and discussion. So it was listed as a summary of comments made at the October 20th meeting on the 5-year plan, which is rather important to our ongoing efforts. So if the distribution was made mainly to the DOE, EPA, and ecology managers, but also a number of others, including all of the Executive Issues Committee members for the HAB, and several other people as well. So if anyone else is interested in seeing that, please let me know, and I'd be happy to send you a copy of that letter. Thank you.
It will also be, because it was copied to the HAB, right, Tom?
It was
Copy Steve?
it was copied to you and Josh as part of the BCC distribution. Yes.
So for new members, what that means is it officially triggers the correspondence queue that we keep for the HAB, and a link to that letter will show up in your weekly update that comes out on Thursdays. So if you forget to ask Tom for a copy, you'll have a link in the weekly update in the correspondence section of that weekly up there as well.
Great. Thank you.
Rob.
Yeah, because the letter somehow reflects positions of people in the HAB, I think it should mandatorily go to everybody on the HAB itself, because you're speaking for all of us now. So my suggestion is get it out to everybody. We shouldn't have committees issuing letters outside the boundaries of the total board. So that's my opinion.
Well, Bob, can I respond to that?
Sure, yeah.
There was a lot of discussion on that very subject with the EIC, and a couple of decisions went into how we did it. Primarily, we couldn't have consensus, so we couldn't account it as a official HAB product. Also, we were instructed that we could not use the facilitation team to assist in distribution. So actually, I did the distribution with help of the IM team that we put together on this from the BCC. I'm more than happy. In fact, I think I agree with you, Bob. I would love to see it in the hands of all the HAB members, because it does summarize, from our perspective, our issue management perspective, it does summarize the comments made on the October 20th public meeting. Right, so I think everyone should see that. I'd be happy to send it to others, and if the facilitation team is able to send it to the broad distribution for HAB from their perspective, that'd be great.
Yeah, I think that's appropriate. Again, the fact is that we have only so many communication paths for the board, and this represents kind of a different way of thinking and communicating to people. So, I plotted to get our message out, because there's a lot of questions having to do with the whole 5-year plan. And, okay, I understand. I would like to see a copy, and whatever we can do to facilitate that would be great. Thank you.
All right, I've got Chris and Esteban in queue. Chris?
Yes, I helped Tom in putting that letter together. And I think one of the things that came out of all the various discussions concerning that was that at a later date, we could take elements of that letter and possibly issue it as an advice to DOE. And if we went that route on some of the elements of the letter, then it would have consensus going forward on those parts. Some of the comments weren't really amenable to an advice, but others of them were, particularly if we're looking toward the out years rather than just 2024. Rather than just 2024. That's it.
Thanks, Chris.
Esteban, I have you in queue.
Oh, I was just gonna say what follow up on what Tom and Chris said, that it'd be good, because for me, as I think a new member, appreciate the updates that Tom and everybody in the whole team kind of does, and kind of, I think, like it's saying, when I got the whole 5-year plan, it's kind of good to highlight how we can pick up some stuff that we can move forward, especially from the public comment section.
Okay, so the other thing I want to show you is, so back at Hanford.gov, remember, you go to Outreach, Hanford Advisory Board, you get this. When you go to other public meetings, we actually created this because of the 5-year plan meeting. You will see the October 20th meeting, the meeting recording, and the documents and the presentations that go with that meeting, including the meeting summary. It wasn't a Hanford Advisory Board meeting, and there's a reason for that I will not regale you with at the moment. It does contain a round robin of everybody who attended that meeting. Most of the folks at the meeting were HAB members or soon to be appointed HAB members. So you can get a gist of that here on the HAB site. It's just under other public meetings because it wasn't a formal HAB meeting. So for those of you who are dying for more information, it's one place. Are there other announcements or questions before we move on? Anyone? So Naomi, are you ready? Would you like to jump in early?
I'm ready if you're ready.
Okay, I am going to pull up groundwater update. So first on our list, Tom, do you want to do an intro or should we just ask Naomi to introduce herself?
We can do a little bit of both.
Okay.
So this meeting was slated to be sort of a groundwater and water process themed wrap meeting. So we are thrilled to have DOE presenting on the update for the groundwater treatment and monitoring system. So with that, welcome to Naomi.
All right, thank you so much. Well, good morning, everyone. I'm excited to be here with you today. My name is Naomi Jaspi. I work for the Soil and Groundwater Division here at Hanford. And I hope you don't mind, I wanted to introduce myself a little bit. I'm originally from Ohio. Go Buckeyes. I moved here in 2007 to work for Department of Energy. And over the past 14 years, I've worked through different areas of Hanford, including environmental compliance, building demolition, DF law, but most of my time has been spent with the Groundwater Division, specifically the Central Plateau, in the Central Plateau areas of groundwater cleanup. So for those of you who are new, Central Plateau is the groundwater areas in the center of the site, and we'll go over that a little bit. So today I'm here to share with you the 2021 groundwater update. And when I say 2021, to us, that's a fiscal year. So it ended at the end of September. And so I'll be going over all the exciting work that's been accomplished over the past fiscal year. Next slide. I hope that you guys are going to advance my slides for me, if you don't mind.
Yeah, just boss me around.
All right, thanks. I just wanted to start out with a safety message, the use of operational experience. So operating experience is highly valued. Oh, and this comes from our DOE Safety Culture Handbook, which I'm sure you guys are a little bit familiar with. So the excerpt from there is operating experience is highly valued and the capacity to learn from experience is well developed. The organization regularly examines and learns from operating experiences, both internal and in related industries. So here at Hanford, we rely on our lessons learned and our operating experiences to influence our future decisions. Properly applying lessons learned, both the good and the bad. So what worked well and what went wrong. You know, these lessons learned are important to provide future project teams with information that will improve their effectiveness and also build on their own operational experience. The next slide, please. So briefing purpose, I had mentioned it before, going over the highlights for 2021 related to Hanford groundwater. I'm going to brief the treatment accomplishments, just kind of a high level, and then I'm going to go into more detail on decision documents that were approved at the end of September. And what I want you guys to gain from this is these decision documents that were approved, these are records of decisions and explanations of significant differences. And the next step is actually implementing those remedies. And so you're going to be seeing that this information is relevant to decisions that will be implemented in the near term, so in the next couple years. Next slide. All right, so the good stuff. We have removed 2.2 tons of contaminants from the groundwater and treated more than 2.4 billion gallons of contaminated groundwater. And that's across Hanford's 6 operating pump and treat facilities. So it's a combined effort across the site. And then we have actually treated over 2.2 billion gallons of groundwater for the past 7 years in a row. And we have the goal of treating 2.2 billion gallons of groundwater again this year. So very exciting stuff. And this picture is just a picture of the 200 West Pump and Treat facility. It's been operational since 2012, and it's located in the center of the site in 200 West. So it's one of our 6 pump and treat facilities. Next slide, please. So when I say decision documents were approved, they're approved in 3 different groundwater operable units on the site. So to give you an idea, I tried to put a picture on here, and it's a little busy, but I just want you to look at the stars. So this is a picture of the overall site, and it's broken down into the different groundwater areas. So the stars, the first one that you see there is to the left. So that is 100 BC area. So that is where a record of decision was signed. If you move, and that's along the river corridor. If you move up from there to the right, that's 100K. So we had an explanation of significant difference, which I'll explain that in a little bit. That was signed there. And then if you go to the center of the site, and this is the 200 East area that we're looking at, we had an interim record of decision signed for 200 BP5 and 200 PO1. Those are the operable units in that area. And so at the end of September, the U.S. Department of Energy, the Washington State Department of Ecology, and the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency signed those 3 decision documents. So decision documents, I know there's some new people here, so I'm going to try and give a little bit of a snippet about what decision documents are. So they're part of the CERCLA process. So CERCLA remedial actions are documented in formal records of decisions, or what we call RODs. A little bit of history on this. So in July 1989, EPA placed 4 areas: the 100 area, which is along the river, 200 area, which is the center of the site, 300 area, and 1100 areas, which are closer to town. They put those on the national priorities list. In anticipation of that NPL, or National Priorities List listing, DOE, EPA, and Ecology entered into what we call the Tri-Party Agreement. So this agreement established a procedural framework and schedule for developing, implementing, and monitoring those CERCLA response actions on the Hanford site. So if you're interested in more information, this would be a really good separate presentation for those of you who are new to just kind of understand what the decision process is. But I just wanted to quickly go over it so you would have an idea of what I'm talking about. So as I go through the decisions, I'll also be talking about the remedial design, remedial action work plans, because that's where the stage is kind of the next step. So that comes after a record of decision or an explanation of significant difference. And it's also part of the CERCLA remedial process. And this is where the selected remedy is actually planned to be implemented. So the remedial designs involves all aspects of designing the remedial action, including development of any technical drawings, any specifications, any operational guidance, groundwater monitoring, modeling, all that is needed. So next slide. So that first area that we looked at along the river is 100 BC. So just some history on the 100 BC area remediation. So from 1996 to 2015, 82 sites were remediated by what we call RTD, which is remove, treat, and dispose. And that was occurred under an interim action record of decision. So during that time, about over 3 million tons of soil and debris was removed, and excavations reached up to 85 feet below the ground surface. So completion of this record of decision that was just signed at the end of September is the 4th out of the 6 planned records of decision along the river corridor, also known as the 100 areas. So this record of decision addresses both areas, which includes addresses both source areas. So source areas are the soil, which is 100 BC2 and 100 BC1, and those are waste sites. And then the 100 BC5 is the groundwater operable unit in that area. And it's consistent with all the other existing interim decisions that have been made in that area in the past. So the record of decision includes evaluation of all the waste sites, and it decided that no further action was needed for those 82 waste sites that I previously mentioned, but one additional small waste site would require excavation. And this waste site was an old pipeline. It's about 20 cubic feet in size, so very small. The record of decision also includes long-term institutional controls, or what you'll hear as ICs, for soil and groundwater, and monitored natural attenuation, or what we call MNA, for 4 groundwater contaminants, including hexavalent chromium, strontium-90, trichloroethylene, and tritium. And here on this map, you can see the 100 BC5 area here, and you can see those plumes. So the gold plume is the hexavalent chromium plume, and that pink purplish color is the strontium-90 plume. So you can see that there are some small remaining plumes here that will be monitored under monitored natural attenuation. So I keep saying monitored natural attenuation. So for those of you who are new, monitored natural attenuation is a remediation that relies on the natural processes to decrease or attenuate concentrations of radionuclides and chemical contaminants in the soil and the groundwater. So scientists monitor these conditions regularly to confirm that natural attenuation is working, and monitoring ensures that the contaminants attenuate fast enough to meet our cleanup objectives and that contaminants are not spreading across the site. So 2 primary MNA, or monitored natural attenuation mechanisms, here that we see here at the Hanford site is dispersion and radiological decay. So to improve the monitoring of this area, about 10 new monitoring wells will be installed as part of this remedy, and modeling updates will be completed to support the performance monitoring of the MNA for this remedy. So the approval of this record of decision is very exciting because it's the culmination of over 10 years of collaboration between DOE and EPA with ecology support. And as I mentioned before, it supports the cleanup of the river corridor, which is such a big thing. And it's the 4th out of the 6 final records of decisions that we need along the river corridor. So the next steps is a remedial design, remedial action work plan, which I mentioned before. It's going to have all the details of implementing the remedy, how many monitoring wells are needed. We already know it's going to be about 10, but it could be a few more, a few less, the locations of those wells and more. And this will be submitted to EPA, and the guidelines per the tri-party agreement it's going to be submitted to them within 180 days of that record of decision signature. All right, next slide. So this is just a really nice picture of the area from an aerial view. So this is 100 BC, and this is after completion of cleanup of those 82 waste sites. So you can see, they dug down past, 85 feet. And here you can see that all the waste sites are filled in and that remediation of those waste sites were done. All right, moving on. So we're moving up the river now. So this is that 100K area that I was talking about, and the explanation of significant difference that I keep saying, and we don't know what it means yet, but I'm about to get to that. So the 100 KR4 operable unit is what it's called. It addresses groundwater contamination near Hanford's former K East and K West reactors along the river. So under the interim record of decision, a previous decision that was made, 3 pump and treat systems have been installed and continue to operate in the 100K area. So from 2019 to 2021, a soil flushing treatability test was performed at the K West head house, and it demonstrated that soil flushing as an enhancement to continued pump and treat operations expedited the removal of hexavalent chromium contamination in the area from the deep vadose zone. So the deep vadose zone is the unsaturated soil between the land surface and the groundwater. And so you have the vadose zone here, and the deep vadose zone is just kind of what's right above that groundwater. So soil flushing uses the water application on the top of the ground, and it pushes the contamination to the groundwater for remediation by the existing pump and treat system. So existing extraction wells are catching that water. So the picture shown here shows the soil flushing lines at the 100K West area. And you can see, so there's lines here. We put these covers over them, and then the water infiltrates from there, going into the soil, into the vadose zone, and then flushes into the groundwater where it's pulled out by extraction wells. So soil flushing was very effective at removing the residual hexavalent chromium in the deep vadose zone, and it removed over 38 pounds of hexavalent chromium in 7 months. Now that might seem like a lot, it might not seem like a lot depending on, your view, but that's compared to 17 pounds for the entire year preceding. So 38 pounds in 7 months versus 17 pounds in 12 months. So you can see the cost savings and the time savings associated with that. So that was K West that was done. We're actually talking about K East. So a similar continuing source of hexavalent chromium contamination is suspected to be under the former 183-1 K East head house in the deep Beto zone. So adding soil flushing as an enhancement to the current pump and treat interim action remedy in this area will shorten the overall time for groundwater to meet those cleanup levels, and accelerating the removal of hexavalent chromium contamination and improving cost efficiency of that remedy. So without soil flushing, pump and treat operations could take 20 years or more, depending on river stage fluctuations, the amount of rainfall, because we're looking at dry soil and what water is going to influence that and make it leach to the groundwater. So to add soil flushing to the remedy that was already signed in 1996, getting back to that, we decided to do an explanation of significant difference, and that was signed at the end of September. So that is a change to the 1996 record of decision. An explanation of significant difference is required when the remedial action to be taken differs significantly from the remedy selected. But it doesn't fundamentally alter the overall remedy with respect to scope and performance. So along with adding soil flushing to the remedy, the explanation of significant difference, or ESD as we call it, updated the cost of the remedy as well, because we've been operating 3 pump and treat systems at the 100K area for many years. So we were able to use the actual cost of operations. And while we were already updating it so we could do soil flushing, we updated the cost because we already knew what it cost to operate these pump and treat systems. And we were able to project that cost through the end of operations. So the next step is revising the remedial action work plan and submit that to EPA within 180 days of the ESD signature. And then construction and start of the soil flushing is expected to be implemented in 2022. Meanwhile, EPA and DOE are working on the remedial investigation and feasibility study to support a final record of decision in this area. So I've been talking about an interim. Sometimes interims are done if we don't have all the information we need to get to a final ROD. And so we're working on a final ROD in 100K. So this would be the 5th out of 6 river corridor units that would have a final ROD in the future. And that's planned in the next couple years. All right, next slide. So so now we're looking at the center of the site, the Central Plateau. We're expanding treatment into the 200 East area. 200 East area consists of the 200 BP5 and the 200 PO1 operable units. So an interim record of decision was signed by DOE, Ecology, and EPA at the end of September. So this decision mitigates against the down gradient plume expansion until final decisions are made in the future. A little bit of history for this area. So a treatability test was completed from 2015 to 2016, and a subsequent removal action beginning in 2016 that's still operating today is occurring in the B complex area. So the B complex area, when you're looking at this map, is the northern plume. The plume is that bluish circle with kind of the yellow in it. So you can see the plume is technetium-99 and uranium as labeled there. So the current remediation is 2 extraction wells that's occurring in this area. And the decision targeted high mobility COCs of uranium and technetium-99. And it targeted concentrations that were 10 times the drinking water standards. And the goal of the removal action was to prevent migration of these plumes until either the performance goal was achieved, so until they met that 10 times the drinking water standard, or until a remedial action was in place that established new cleanup goals for the B complex. And that's exactly what this interim record of decision that we just signed did. The extraction water from this removal action is sent to the 200 West Pump and Treat facility. That's that really nice picture of a pump and treat facility.
The 130 docket, we have an amendment J and S. I need to go through that with my client.
Hang on just a sec.
No worries. I think everyone, Ruth, I think you've been muted. You're still muted. Okay. Are we good to continue?
No, I was explaining. So when I mute everybody, you have to unmute yourself if you wish to. So Naomi's got the floor. Everyone else, you're muted. If you're on the phone, when we get to unmuting, you'll need to know *6, but we're not there yet.
Okay.
Sorry, Naomi.
Great. I just saw a question come in. If you don't mind, I will answer all the questions at the end. I'm almost to the end, so just because I'm good at multitasking, but we're going to hold to the end. Okay, where was I? So, so this interim remedy is taking care of those 2 mobile plumes, and the extracted water is going to that 200 West Pump Treat facility. So we're in 200 East. It's being piped to the 200 West Pump Treat facility, which is about 7 miles to that facility. So the recently signed record of decision will incorporate the B complex removal action, what I just talked about, that plume, and it's expanding it. It's also moving the remedy to the C and AAX farm. And if you look at that map, those are the plumes kind of further to the southeast there. So you have C farm, and then you have AAX farm, and you have the plume there. And so the cleanup levels will change from 10 times the drinking water standards to meeting the drinking water standards. So these uranium and technetium-99 plumes warrant near-term interim action because I've said the plumes are large. They exhibit relatively high concentrations compared to the drinking water standards. And as I mentioned before, that B complex area and the C and AX farm areas, the contaminants are mobile and the plumes are expanding down gradient from the sources. So they're kind of moving with groundwater, and we want to pull those back and stop those from leaving the area. So the aquifer in this target area is highly transmissive, which is good. That means that we can put extraction wells in and we can pull the contaminants out. So it means it's conducive to the pump and treat remedy. And this was demonstrated, of course, by having that removal action at B complex. We know it was successful, and so we can continue using pump and treat as a removal action for this. So the selected interim alternative, the interim remedy, includes extracting and treating the contaminated groundwater at the pump and treat facility at 200 West. I'll go into what a pump and treat facility is too here at the end. And the groundwater extraction and treatment component will consist of a network of extraction wells, conveyance piping, so that's piping that will run the distance between the extraction wells and the pump treat facility. And then we'll also do some modifications to the 200 West Pump and Treat facility to ensure that it can handle the new loads of uranium and technetium, and also the increased groundwater flow that will be going there. So waste sites and associated vadose zone contamination that's overlying the BP5 and PO1 operable units are going to be addressed in separate remedial actions. So characterization of those overlying waste sites is not currently adequate to predict the migration that's going to flow to the groundwater. So you can kind of see the comparison between the 100 areas where we know that like hexavalent chromium is there and we can flush it out and we can get it, versus here we're not exactly sure what contamination is above the groundwater. And so that's one of the reasons why this remedy is an interim remedy and why 100 BC we were able to do a final remedy. So once that we have time for additional source characterization, we will be able to do a future decision that would be more of a final decision for groundwater remediation. And then we're just doing this remedy to make sure that that plume migration is targeted and in the meantime while we're doing that. So the next step in the circle process, of course, is the same as the others. Develop an remedial design, remedial action work plan, send it to EPA within 180 days of signing the remedy. So this will complete the modeling. It'll show how many wells are needed in those plume areas. And we'll also be developing sampling and analysis plans. So how the design of those wells needs to be, because we're going to be installing those in the near term as well. And then in the future, like I mentioned, when the source areas are characterized, there's going to be a future decision that will be a final decision for this remedy, and it'll take place of the interim remedy. Next slide, please. Okay, so hopefully from this briefing, you've seen that great strides are being taken to develop and implement remedies across the Hanford site. Process improvements increase the the progress in the removal of groundwater contaminants. They shorten the period between required to meet those cleanup goals. And we'll see this as we make modifications to 200 West as we increase the capacity to treat that 200 BP5 and 200 PO1 groundwater. Soil flushing has been proven to be successful in the 100K area. And we've seen that in the 100 West area, and we expect it to be very successful in the 100K East area in the future when we're able to implement that. And of course, the main goal in all of this is supporting the overall Hanford site vision of supporting protecting the Columbia River. And next slide. All right.
All right. So we're actually not going to jump to questions yet.
Okay.
For those of you who are new, you're going to see in the chat, there's a whole list of folks who want to ask questions or make comments. Tom, Cecilia has put in a link to the 2020 groundwater monitoring report in the chat.
Great.
Our habit at the HAB is when there's a presentation by one of the tri-party agencies, the next step before questions is to check in with the other two tri-party agencies. Typically, presentations come from DOE, not always, but mostly. And so we, in essence, are checking in with the regulators or the other two agencies before we go to questions for their observations or additional information. So, Craig, are you with us from EPA? There I see you.
I am, and I'm not sure who is on for ecology.
I'm going to look while you talk.
Okay. So, at a high level, our remedial authority is what's used at Hanford. The RODs, we need to sign the RODs and changes to the records of decision. And so that's why we're involved even in the case of the BP5 PO1, which is an ecology lead. And I just wanted to point out that when Naomi said that they would be sending the RDRA work plan within 180 days, really it's intended to go to ecology, but of course we will provide comments on it as well, since they're the lead for those two operable units, the lead regulatory agency. And so the DOE signs as the lead federal agency, EPA signs the RODs and other changes to records of decision to the remedies because of our remedial authority, and then the state signs to either concur or because they are the operable unit leads. So and I just wanted to say I thought Naomi did a really great job of going through everything. She went into a lot of detail on things like the 100BC area, which I'm not as familiar with. That's Laura Bulow is the project manager for that. And also we have Roberto, who was involved in the ESD. So we are here to answer any questions from the regulatory perspective that come up. So I don't really have anything else to say than that, and I'll turn it over to whoever from ecology is representing.
Right. We've got both Ryan and Ginger on. Ryan, do you know?
Nina is supposed to be here. Nina, are you on the phone? I wonder if she's not here yet since we started a few minutes early. I hope she's here. Nina.
If you're on the phone, *6 will get you off of mute.
Oh shoot. I'll poke her. She said she's working on something else. Let me tell her to hop on.
All right. So when Nina joins us from ecology, we will check in with her. We've got lots of folks with questions. So why don't we go there and Ginger ping us when Nina's with us. Liz, you had a question about pump and treat, right?
Yeah, I'm mostly, thanks for your presentation, Naomi. I'm mostly just thinking about some of the new folks we have on the board and just knowing some of them. There's a lot of weedy stuff when you talk about Hanford and the big overview of like, why do we have contaminated water in the first place, and just some of those basic terms. Now that we're in this next phase with new hub members, I think we can all try to explain some of those basics. Just that there's contaminated groundwater that is being recontaminated by these sources, which is contamination in trenches and burial grounds and things like that. And we're pumping water out of that contaminated water, treating it to remove some of the contaminants, and then re-injecting it into the ground, and kind of managing where that flows by these pump and treat systems. The very basics, just for people who might have had a hard time, or wanting to catch up. So I just wanted to say that. And also, if you're new and you have a question that seems super basic and you're like, I don't know what's happening, put it in the chat or just ask. We also have an unofficial HAB Slack channel, which can make it easier if you feel shy to put it in the chat that everyone can see. And I'll put my email in so I can get you onto that chat, which can sometimes feel more comfortable if you're like, this is so basic. And then I did have a question, because the soil flushing may sound kind of scary, like, why would you be driving contamination into the groundwater? Will that escape? So could you talk about that, Naomi, please? Thanks.
Yes. So for the soil flushing, they did modeling beforehand to make sure that the extraction wells that we have there would fully contain that area. And so you had you did a really great job explaining, what a pump and treat system is. So you're hired. But so the goal of pump and treat system is you have contamination and you want to put wells in the heart of where that contamination is, because you want the biggest bang for your buck. So you want to treat the highest contamination, put your wells there, and then it's going to act almost like a sink, right? So it's going to suck that contaminated water out, and then the rest of that water is going to pull itself in. And so the extraction wells at the soil flushing do exactly that. So and the water isn't flowing at a very high rate. So you're slowly infiltrating the ground, you're saturating the ground, and you're slowly pushing that down. And we had it to within a very short amount of time where we see the hexavalent chromium hit this extraction well. We know that there's some sort of the plume, or there's some sort of contamination in that deep beta zone, and it's hitting the groundwater right now. And so we could see that as soon as it hit the groundwater, hit that extraction well, and we started treating, and we pulled extraction water, 24/7. The wells don't stop, and then we could see like, okay, the concentrations have reduced. So we got that surge of the contaminants that were in there. And then, hey, maybe there's, another kind of pocket of hexavalent chromium. And so we kept it going for 7 months just to make sure. We would get waves. We would see, oh, there's another hit. And we were able to, saw that through the extraction, that extraction that contained that entire area.
Right, thank you. We have Nina here from Ecology. Nina, this is the first committee meeting that our newly appointed board members have been able to sample the RAP as a technical committee. So we're, in addition to sharing the update, sort of where is groundwater for Hanford right now, we're also filling in, deciphering terms like pump and treat and soil flushing and those sort of things. So that we.
I apologize for being late. I for some reason I'm second day back from vacation and I thought this meeting was on Thursday. Don't ask me why. So I apologize for being late, and I did look at the presentation that DOE had provided on the 3 CERCLA decisions that were recently approved, which is a great thing. Compliments to EPA, DOE, and ecology staff that got all 3 of those through. Question-wise on groundwater, I think groundwater-wise overall that where everybody's doing a really pretty good job on groundwater and being able to address the problems there. But does the committee have any specific questions that I can answer for you?
We have a whole line of people who have questions.
Just for me? You didn't have to save them all up for me.
Well, actually, I don't know what all the questions are. I just know I have a line of people. So my suggestion is we go through that, and if you have a specific question for Nina or Craig or Naomi or all of the above, just let us know. Have a specific interest in an agency perspective. So with that, Tom Galeotto, you're next.
Thanks, Ruth. Yeah, I have three, I think, quick, fairly general questions regarding groundwater. One is we're talking about soil flushing. You're adding water to after you extract, you're adding water. Is this additional water to what you've extracted? In other words, are you adding water to the ground that wasn't there originally? And if so, is that expanding the boundary of the plume?
Is Elwood on? He is the subject matter expert for this area. And while I could answer it, I want to give him a chance to kind of explain.
I'm on.
Perfect. All right, great, Elwood, take it away.
So what we do is we take effluent water from the pump and treat, and for K West, for the K West soil flushing, and that is applied into the ground above the suspect source area, and it just percolates its way down through the vadose zone to the groundwater. And then we have an extraction well set up in the middle of the soil flushing gallery area. And we had a monitoring well set up gradient, and also another monitoring well set up down gradient. And then we had 2 extraction wells further down gradient to capture any hexchrome contamination that was being pushed into the groundwater. We also had injection wells that were arranged outside, east and west of that soil flushing area and down gradient to control the flow of the contamination and drive it towards those extraction wells. And then it goes through the pump and treat, and the hexchrome is removed through the SIR 700 resins inside the pump and treat.
Okay, so I think what you said was the water you're pumping into the soil is the effluent from the treatment facility. So it's not really new additional water.
No, no.
Okay, that's great. Thanks. That helps a lot. The other question I had was again regarding the plumes and the monitoring. I presume you're using monitoring wells around the various contaminated areas to try to define that plume. But when it shows up on a chart, as Naomi just presented, it has very distinct boundaries. And I'm wondering, how accurate do you think those boundaries are in terms of defining the level, the limits of the contamination spread?
You want me
Like, do you have monitoring wells, for example, every 50 feet, and when you sink one that you don't see a contaminant in, then you know it's between the last one and that one? Is that the way you kind of define that boundary?
Yeah, so it is done. Sorry, Elwood, I'll take a shot, and then you can take it too. So the model, it's done by modeling. So we do have over 3,000, about 3,000 monitoring wells out on the site. And so we use that information, and then we have modeling that shows, okay, well, if it's at this concentration here and at this monitoring well, and it's at this concentration at this monitoring well, then there's certain assumptions that the model makes to draw that plume.
Okay.
I think when I first started, 14 years ago, the plumes were hand drawn. And so it was a lot of the interpretation and the experience of the scientists of what they've seen. And while that still is a factor, it's the modeling that predicts that and actually uses certain algorithms to create those plumes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Esteban and Chris, you're on deck. Esteban, what's on your mind?
Hey, yeah, thank you, Naomi, for that great presentation. So my question is, first one, and with that last slide about cleaning up the Columbia River that's the intentional goal. So do we have federal and state agencies in that signing working together? That's my first question. And second, you mentioned this is kind of new technology, and I think with all new technology that I think we all need to be conscious of is that it's still in the process, in the works, and me trying to do my homework on this is that's what it this work does it's a lot of new technology. So how is it looking to kind of implement it and, answer those questions to our government agencies in order to get this done with the goal of cleaning the Columbia River, and especially all parties working together towards that goal?
Okay, so, and just to clarify, cleaning up the Columbia River, that's a big job because there's, a lot of farms and things. So our goal is protecting the Columbia River, because protecting it, from the plumes on the Hanford site. So just a clarification. We do work, U.S. Department of Energy, EPA, ecology, we're all working together collaboratively, finding the best solutions. As far as, the technologies, most of the things that we use are proven things at one area or at one site or another. So pump and treat has been used for many, many years. Soil flushing, the concept, it's been used other places. The resins that we've used, they have extensive treatability tests. So we're ensuring that we're not, we don't go out there and we're doing something that we're kind of unsure of. We've done the treatability tests. We have done the paper research. We've worked with our regulators hand in hand to make sure that these are the best solutions moving forward. I hope that kind of answers the question, but Nina, Craig, feel free to jump in if you have something to add.
I think you answered that quite well, Naomi.
Thanks. I do want to just do a pitch for myself here. So I put together a Groundwater 101 presentation. I shared that with Gary Younger. So for you guys who are new, it's very high level, but it kind of goes over, where the reactors were and where the plants were and things like that, and kind of has an overview of Groundwater 101 as a whole. And I would love to give that to you guys this spring. I think it would really benefit the new members, and me and my team have been working really hard putting something like that together, and it kind of goes over each area. So it just gives you a good overview. So just a little pitch for that.
All right. Remember, at the end, we're going to talk about future meetings and framing questions. We'll flag that. All right, Chris and Jan, you're next. Chris, what's your question?
Yes, I have a question for Naomi. Naomi, in DOE's mind, what is the greatest concern, or what are the greatest concerns and issues that have to be addressed in order to progress with groundwater cleanup expeditiously, and maybe even accelerate the timelines that have been put forth?
It's a really good question. So in looking at the challenges, for Central Plateau, 200 West, so that's the ZP1 and UP1 operable units. We've been doing cleanup there for quite a while, and we're pretty familiar with what's in that area. 200 East, we're just now getting to cleanup of that area, and like I had mentioned before, we're stopping those plumes from migrating, but there's the characterization that needs to happen of those source areas so we can better understand that. So I think, that's a challenge, and it's a big integration effort, not only with the tri-parties, but also with the one Hanford. So you have the Soil and Groundwater Division, you have the tank farms, and you have a lot of people who are working together, and they're all doing the best they can to put these puzzle pieces together so we can have an integrated remedy across the site. And so I think it's a challenge, but it's one that we are well versed in working on, and that we are set to achieve and accomplish. So it's nothing that we can't do. That's the one that I guess in my mind. But again, I've spent many of my years on the Central Plateau, and so I see that as, the unicorn, I guess, in my eyes, of things that needs cleaned up. Along the river corridor, we have great progress. Soil flushing is just a really nice way of saving money and saving time. I mean, I think in looking at the remedies there, we're cutting years off the remedy, and we're cutting millions of dollars off the remedy. And so while we have challenges there, we're overcoming those challenges with kind of innovative, out of the box thinking ways to remediate. And we have the support of our regulators in doing that.
Thank you.
All right. Jan and Vince, you're after Jan. Jan.
Hi, thank you, Naomi, for your really informative and clear presentation. I really appreciated it. So there, in these days when there's a lot of talk about infrastructure improvements, is Hanford anticipating getting any tranches of money out of this new bill that was signed? That perhaps it's unexpected funding in a way. The last tranche of money, I understand, may have gone to build 200 West Pump and Treat, which is kind of the crown jewel of the Central Plateau right now. And I'm wondering what, if any, projects you feel are shovel ready for the kind of unexpected or unanticipated funding, and without talking about them, you know, specifically, even whether your crew is working on identifying those things and how it could improve the overall function.
And while we haven't heard any funding is coming our way, we are, of course, willing and hand out and ready if funding does happen to come our way. We have, of course, had those higher level discussions of what work is shovel ready, and we've put that information up to our management, and you know it's being reviewed. As far as what exactly that work scope is, I don't know it at my level, but it is out there, and we would definitely be ready to implement additional work scope. Nina, I see your hand up. Would you like to add?
Thank you. Put my hand down first so I remember to put it down before I turn on my microphone. Just to add a little bit to that, the Department of Ecology did request additional funding through our Washington State representatives for this bill. I don't know the specifics. I think most of it was more directed to the tank project, the single shell, double shell tank project. But there were probably some pieces that would address the groundwater here too. There's something I wanted to add to what Naomi said for, I think it was Chris's question or Vince's question. No, Chris's question about what we feel is most important for addressing. One of the other things that really, really helps to protect the groundwater is to remediate and remove or treat the overburden of pollutants that exist in the vadose zone in the soil too. So that's another aspect just to add. So it's important to address both fronts because in my opinion, it's much cheaper to get it when it's in the soil near the surface than it is to address it in the groundwater. Over.
No, that's a great add. Thank you, Nina.
Right. So as you notice, people, you know, come up with questions. I add you to the queue. If you're new to the committee, feel free to jump in. You don't have to let all the questions be asked by old timers. So don't be shy. I have Vince and Tom Cecilia. Vince.
Okay, the groundwater report for this past year shows that there's a very large iodine 129 plume moving towards the Columbia River. And looking at the last few reports for the last couple of years, this plume looks like it's going to enter the river within a year or two. And it seems kind of odd that we're focusing on plumes underneath the 200 area, which is fine because that's you know how to get technetium out, and that's a good and uranium. But here you got one that's right going into the river, and iodine 129 has a half-life of 15 million years, and so and it small concentrations entering the river. There's a tendency it's going to go into drinking water, the city of Richland, and iodine 129 or iodine concentrates in the thyroid, and so drinking water, even trace levels, this will result in an increase of iodine 129 in the thyroid of people drinking the water. So it would seem like this iodine 129 plume would be your top priority. And I haven't heard, and I'd like to hear Naomi's, your plan for pump and treat of iodine 129. And Nina, I'd like to hear regulatory viewpoint of this iodine 29 plume that's headed towards the Columbia River.
Let's
Thank
start
you.
with Naomi and then jump to Nina.
Okay. So Tom had added the link for the monitoring report. So if you go to the 2019 monitoring report, we don't have the plume tool available yet for FY20. But in the 2019 report, there's a plume tool, and you can click on the tool. You can click on the contaminant iodine 129, and you can see the change of the iodine 129 plume throughout the years. And I wish I could show you, but so I'll put the link in there after I'm done talking. But it shows that the iodine 129 plume has stayed put. And while it does look very close to the river, it is shrinking over time. So the outer fringes of the plume towards the river, it continues, the concentrations continue to decline over time. So we are monitoring it. We are evaluating it. We're going to continue to monitoring it. And then the concentrations at the river are below detection limits. So we can see that if it is reaching the river, it's below any detection limit that we have. And then right now it's just monitoring that plume. Go ahead, Nina.
So Nina, what is Ecology's viewpoint on this iodine plume?
So I'm going to point out here that I am not a hydrogeologist, and our lead hydrogeologist is out of the office at the moment, and I'm filling in the best I can. And I would like to point to EPA because Craig may have more background on the iodine plume. Part of me wants to say, and I would need verification on this, is the iodine plume is problematic because there's not a good technology for removing it through the pump and treat. But Craig, do correct me if I am wrong on that part. Over.
Yeah, I think there are some challenges from a treatment standpoint and dealing with it. You know, just because a plume is big doesn't mean it's highly concentrated. So that's another way to look at it. But from my understanding, you know, Ecology and DOE are keeping an eye on the plume. It's within the two groundwater OUs, I guess mainly within the PL1 groundwater. So other than that, I'm not sure what else to say about it.
So is this a question, and I'll bring this up later for the committee, a possible advice, a topic of advice to develop technology to remove the iodine? Because as I understand, the groundwater report indicates that this is a plume that's above drinking water standards on the site. Is that correct, or am I not reading that right?
I believe that's correct, yes.
So the drinking water standard for iodine 129 is 1 picocurie per liter. So it is very low. But that is, as Craig said, it's not a very high concentration of the plume, but because it is above that 1, that's how you see the plume contour. If it was less than the drinking water standard, it wouldn't be a plume.
Okay, the second so this is a potential, we'll discuss this later in the committee. And another question I had was the groundwater report showed multiple plumes of radionuclides under the 200 areas that exceed drinking water standards. And your discussion focused merely on uranium and technetium-89. So it's puzzling. Is there anywhere, any document that addresses what the DOE plans are to try to remove these other radionuclides that are exceeding drinking water standards underneath the 200 areas? Is there a document somewhere that addresses that?
Can I say something? So I don't want to speak for DOE, but so we have rods in the 200 West area that are trying to address the plumes, and I believe even iodine 129 is something that's being considered how to deal with that. And Emmy Liha is the project manager for that, so she can probably help answer some questions. And then I believe Kate Amrine from Naomi's group can do that as well. But so we have plans for and actions going on in the 200 West area. In the East area, we haven't come to a final decision for the groundwater OUs because we continue to have sources that haven't been characterized well enough to know what the potential flux is. And so we are monitoring those plumes, but while we're monitoring them, we are going to see how effective the two plumes that are migrating, that are being dealt with under this interim action. We're going to see how those are doing and how well we address those. And then in the meantime, we're hopefully going to get people off the dime and get some characterization in EA1 and IS1, the waste site operable units that are overlying those areas. So part of the reason why folks wanted to focus on those two plumes were that once the groundwater had really backed up against the Gable Gap area, it started reversing and flowing toward the southeast, which is where the plumes head when you're further south and east of that source area near the tank farms. And so those plumes are now moving, which is a different scenario. And we didn't want them to contaminate new areas of groundwater. So that's part of the reason why we have an emphasis on those two plumes of uranium and tech. And of course, uranium and tech move quite well with the water compared to other other contaminants that have a higher partitioning coefficient between groundwater and soil. So that's my take on it. I'll let DOE and ecology chime in.
Nina?
One of the things I wanted to point out too, everything that Craig says is true, and the interim rod for the East area groundwater units focused on those two concentrated plumes. But we did realize too that as the groundwater is pumped out and run through the groundwater treatment system, it removes more than just the two contaminants of concern that were identified through the CERCLA process. It does remove the other co-contaminants that exist also. Over.
And yeah, thank you, Nina and Craig. And I would just add to that as the co-located contaminants are pumped out with uranium and technetium-99, that the water that is effluent, that is sent out of the 200 West pump and treat facility, still has to meet the effluent standards. So it still has to be, we're not going to pump contaminated water back into the ground. So.
Right. So I want to check if there are at least a half dozen people on the phone. And because I don't have all your phone numbers memorized, I actually can't tell you who you are. So I want to check in. Are there folks on the phone who want to ask a question who are raising their hands and I just can't see? Anyone on the phone want to ask a question, make a comment? *6 will get you off mute. We have a quiet phone bunch. Tom Cecilia, you're up.
Thank you for the presentation and the discussion. It's been really helpful. I know that in the past there have been some questions about whether there's a fact sheet that describes all the different monitoring networks and plans and how they fit together. So I'm hoping that the Groundwater 101 might touch on that eventually. That's just a comment. There's a lot of discussion about how to optimize groundwater treatment in the Central Plateau, and some of the folks on the committee are aware of a model of models called the Cumulative Impact Evaluation, the CIE. That has had a lot of documentation hitting the streets lately, where chemical inventories and radionuclide inventories are being populated, and the Vados zone models are being built. That tool, I think, is going to be helpful to figure out where the best bang for the buck is going to be to clean up the groundwater. I've been throwing a shameless plug. I've been throwing a lot of those links to those documents on the RAP Teams page, where under the groundwater, there's different threads. So the groundwater thread has a CIE discussion. So I've been throwing some of those pertinent. They're very technical documents and hard to get through if the terminology is new to you, but it's worth taking a look at. And I have been sort of scouring the administrative record and throwing pertinent documents in the different threads over time. Trying to not send the committee a whole bunch of emails and do it that way instead.
So 2 things before we go to Rob. One, both Tom and Naomi have put links in the chat to some resources where you can look at plumes and how they're modeled, and look at them changing over time. Josh, would you make sure that we stick those links in the meeting minutes so people can have them? Second is, you just heard Tom Cecilia refer to the team's place for RAP. Each committee for the HAB has its own place on Teams and different threads where documents can be stored, where you can ask questions just within those teams. If you want to be on any of those teams, just let Josh or I know. We'd be happy to add you, and you can ask questions and look up documents and have a connection with the committee outside of formal committee. So Rob, and then Liz. Rob, you're up.
Hello. Great presentations. Really met my expectations. Thank you. The one thing I call the committee to remember, and Pam, you may remember this, but back in 2007, our advice 197 with the attachment basically gave us RTD. And to find Naomi mentioning that in the very beginning of her presentation really puts a lot of pride in the fact the work the HAB has done over the years. So, if people, I all encourage you to go look at that piece of advice, see how short and sweet it was. But the table or the attachment, they call it, is a very cool flow chart, which discusses the needs for new technology, which discusses the remove, treat, and dispose process. So, to wrap this particular session up is that if I take a look at that particular flow chart that we formulated in 2007, and I look at what you have accomplished so far, it's right by the book. And I'm really happy that DOE is proceeding with this these activities. So thank you very much, and keep up the good work. Keep publishing the plumes. I like looking at the pictures. Thank you. Oh, there it is right there. If people could take a look at that, that could answer a lot of questions. And we did mull over this for at least 2 or 3 meetings, Pam. I'm sure what came out of the RAP committee. And thank you.
Groundwater values flowchart. Yes. Liz, you're up.
Thanks. And thanks for reminding everyone about that, Rob. I was wondering, you covered it a little bit around the iodine 129 issue, but just more of like I remember being confused about pump and treat, that there are some contaminants you can remove in the resins and when you're filtering them out, and there's some that we don't have the technology to remove. Can you go over the contaminants that you can remove and things that we just haven't figured out how to remove yet? And I know you covered it with the co-contaminant issue. It is confusing because you have this water going through this treatment facility. Some contaminants aren't actually being removed, but they're sampling the water as it's being re-injected, and the detection, there's rules about what can be re-injected. And I remember being confused that there are contaminants that aren't actually being filtered out, but the detection is still, when you're sampling the water that's being re-injected, it's not at detectable limits. And I know that's confusing. I don't know if you can cover that too, but for new people, I think that could be helpful. Thanks.
All right, thank you. I think Kate Amrine is on the phone, and she is the project lead for the 200 West Pump and Treat facility. So Kate, you want to give it a shot, kind of explaining ion exchange, the air strippers, the GAC units?
Sure. Yep, I can do that. So good morning, everyone. So at the 200 West Pump and Treat, we have two different resins that remove uranium and the Tech 99. And yes, we do. There are other constituents that do get pulled off onto the resins. However, when they become full or getting full, there will be a preference to, whatever contaminant it is preferred. So for our Dow X21, that is for uranium, but it will pick up some Tech 99, and it will pick up a few of the other constituents. However, those tend to get removed or kicked off very easily because the Dow X wants the uranium. So if there's another constituent that's in there, it's going to say, oh, nope, I don't like you. I want uranium instead. And so then we have our Purex resin that removes the Tech 99, and it's the same thing for that one too. And so I know possibly in the past, and I know Nina, you kind of touched on it slightly, that iodine 129 does slightly get picked up on the resins. However, it is not very efficient. It is not actually treated, but we do detect it on some of the resins, and that's just that same principle of it tends to pick up a little bit, but it gets kicked off very, very quickly. But the way we operate at the pump and treat, we have multiple feed streams or water streams that come into the plant from different transfer buildings, from certain wells directly. And so when you combine all of that water together, certain areas have some contaminants, certain areas have other contaminants. And so you basically get a dilution of them when you add them all together in the same tank when you process it all. And so that's where we get when we're re-injecting and we're seeing some levels below drinking water standards and we're not necessarily treating for them directly. It's just because we don't have contamination, the same contamination in all areas. And as per the record of decision for DP1, we don't directly treat tritium, and that one has a very short half-life. And so that one is just done by monitored natural attenuation, and we just kind of circulate it through the plant. But what's good is we have our well system set up, so we have everything hydraulically contained so that nothing is going to be moving off and contaminating the river. For our carbon tetrachloride and some of our volatile compounds, we have the air strippers that can take that. So it basically aerates the water, kicks off the gases, and then that's captured in our off-gas system in our granulated activated carbons or our GAC units. So at the plant, it is a closed system with the off-gas. And so you don't have anything venting to the atmosphere or anything. And we do have a stack that after the GAC process kind of releases some of the air, and we monitor that very frequently. And we have never had, we're so well below our air monitoring air emissions that it's not a concern right now. But that's kind of like brief. I hope I kind of touched on some of that. We are still evaluating and trying to find more efficient technologies to help remove the contaminants. And that's kind of what we're going through right now. So we are constantly looking to optimize the system to make it more efficient, to make it more cost effective. And so that it is a process, though. It's very complex out here, very complicated. And so sometimes we just need technology to catch up to the times too. So thanks.
Thank you, Kate. And one thing I would add is when we say ion exchange, the ion exchange is a process, but there's different resins in the ion exchange. So 200 West uses different ion exchanges than the river, because the river focuses on hexavalent chromium. So you would have the hexavalent chromium resin at the river. Then I'll turn it over to Nina or Craig if you had anything you wanted to add for the answers.
I wanted to point one thing out. Liz, when she was asking the question on the groundwater treatment and the reinjection, it sounded to me like there was some confusion between being able to detect a contaminant and being able to determine whether it is at safe levels. And just because you can detect a contaminant doesn't mean it's unsafe. And that's why we rely on the drinking water standards. And many of those are a bit above the detection levels, but they're still at safe levels for re-injecting into the groundwater. And I was just wanting to be sure that folks understood the difference there. Over.
All right. So in case any of the new folks were wondering, this is definitely a technical committee. Tom, Cecilia, would you like to wrap this one up and we'll go to break?
How about now? I really appreciate the conversation and the presentations. This is a good sort of window as to what the RAP does for the new members. We have a little bit of high level conversation, and we also can get into the weeds on some stuff. So hopefully it piques your interest, and I look forward to seeing the Groundwater 101 presentation at some point. It might be a good sort of evening talk as part of orientation, perhaps. So with that, thank you very much for the presentations and the discussion, and let's go to break.
Right. We will be back at 10:45 Pacific time to talk about LRF and ETF. Don't worry, you will know what those acronyms mean by the time we're done. Have a good break.
Okay, so I'm guessing everyone's back. Next, we have a discussion on LRF ETF, which is a treatment plan of a different color, and look forward to hearing all about it.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Just tell me when you want to progress the slides.
Okay, yeah, I'm ready to go. So should I start then?
Yeah.
Okay, then good morning, everyone. My name is Vivek Tamang. I'm currently overseeing the projects and operations ongoing at the effluent treatment facility for the ETF facility. And today I'll be updating the HAB members on the progress happening at the LRF ETF and how the LRF ETF supports the DFLAW, the Direct Feed Low Activity Waste program. And before going over the presentation, I would like to quickly cover today's safety topic. So for today's safety topic, I have chosen a paragraph from leadership section from our safety culture booklet. And it starts with the organization maintains a highly knowledgeable workforce to support a broad spectrum of operation and technical decisions. Technical and safety expertise is embedded in the organization, and outside expertise is employed when necessary. And I believe this HAB meeting in a way is DOE engaging with the outside expertise, since the primary mission of HAB is to provide informed recommendations and advices to the DOE, EP, and ecology on major policy issues related to the cleanup of the Hanford site. DOE always welcomes these recommendations from our stakeholders and employs them if it is necessary. That's all for the safety topic. Can you go for the next slide, please? So what's the purpose of this meeting? As I mentioned earlier, The purpose of this meeting is to inform the HAB members the progress the ORP, or the Office of River Protection, has made so far in the LRF ETF upgrade projects and how these projects support the DFLAW mission. Can you go to the next slide, please? So I believe most of you are already familiar with this, with the DFLAW program. DFLAW is basically the integration of multiple projects, facilities, and organizations within the Hanford site to retrieve, treat, and immobilize the low activity waste. And the LRF ETF plays an essential role in completion of the DFLAW mission. As you can see, the marked area inside the red color on the upper right section of this slide is the LRF ETF facility. And the LRF ETF is located at the 200 East area of the Hanford site. As shown in this graphic, the role of the LRF ETF begins after the generation of secondary liquid waste from the vitrification process of the pre-treated waste at the WTP LAW facility. And the secondary waste produced from, or produced during the vitrification at the LAW facility is then transferred to the WTP EMF facility, the effluent management facility. And from the effluent management facility, the secondary liquid waste will be evaporated and transferred to the LRF. And from the LRF, the secondary liquid waste will be transferred to ETF facility and it gets treated over there. So the LRF ETF is the last stop for the secondary liquid waste in the DFLAW flow sheet before the treated effluent is discharged to the environment. Can you go to the next slide, please? So as mentioned earlier, the mission of LRF ETF is to store, treat, and dispose the secondary liquid waste transformed from multiple on-site waste generators and also from WTP upon the start of the DFLAW program. So the LRF consists of 4 basins, and one of them is currently under construction, and each basin will hold, each basin holds approximately 7.8 million gallons of secondary liquid waste. And the primary purpose of LRF is to provide interim storage until the waste gets treated at the ETF facility. And the ETF consists of multiple waste processing unit ops, which removes the chemical and radioactive contaminants from the secondary liquid waste and disposes them. Can you go to the next slide, please? So this graph in this slide represents the estimated annual volume of secondary liquid effluent over the course of DFLAW mission. As you see, the volume of the liquid waste LRF ETF needs to process is expected to increase in upcoming years. And in order to meet that demand, LRF ETF needs to improve its capability, capacity, and reliability. And I'll go more over that in the next slide. So these are the few projects that were currently completed to increase the capacity and capability of the LRF ETF. On the top left is the ultraviolet oxidation unit, or the UV-Ox unit. This unit treats the organic compounds contained in the liquid waste, and it uses the hydrogen peroxide and the ultraviolet lights to break down the organics. We recently replaced the old UV-Ox units, and its pumping and the power supply is skids. The one on the top right is the hydrogen peroxide decomposer unit, and this unit destroys the residual peroxides from the UV-Ox units. using a catalyst and protects the downstream equipments from the highly reactive hydrogen peroxide. And one on the bottom left is the reverse osmosis unit, or the RO unit. The RO system uses the pressure to force clean the water molecule through a semi-permeable membrane while keeping the larger molecules, contaminants such as dissolved solids and the organic materials in the membrane. The old RO unit was constantly leaking, and it was recently replaced too. The one in the bottom right is the brine loadout system. The brine loadout system is pretty much the ancillary equipment to the concentrate or the brine tanks inside the ETF facility. And the brine loadout system includes 3 tote loading stations, as you can see in the pictures, which will be used for the offsite shipment of the brine for the treatment. Can you go over next slide? And this slide shows some of the projects recently completed to improve the infrastructure of the ETF facility. The top left is the HVAC chiller unit that was replaced last year. And the top right is the compressed air system, which provides the air for the multiple ETF equipments, and which was also recently upgraded. The bottom left is the newly pressed cooling tower, which removed the heat from multiple ETF heat exchangers. And all these units were old and needed regular maintenance, so ETF replaced these units to improve this reliability. And the bottom right is the newly replaced basin 44 cover. The old cover was degraded and needed a replacement to prevent the contamination from the basin. Can you go to the next slide? Yeah. So as I mentioned earlier, these are the additional projects currently ongoing at the LURF ETF to support the DFR mission. The very first one is the installation of the supplemental organic treatment system. This system will remove the acetonitrile from the secondary liquid waste. Also, the WTP feed to LURF is expected to have a higher level of carbonate, and carbonate reduce the efficiency of the UV ox unit. So ETF will install a carbon dioxide removal skid, which is currently getting fabricated and planned to be installed in fiscal year 2022. Along with the acetonitrile treatment and the carbon dioxide removal unit, these following infrastructure projects are also currently ongoing at the LURF ETF. The very first one is the construction of Basin 41. This is the 4th basin under construction. With completion of Basin 41, it will provide additional waste storage for the LURF. And the next one is the upgrading of the ETF loading station. And under this project, ETF is expanding its loading bay to fit 2 tankers at a time. Also, ETF is constructing a backup loading building to support the operation during the upgrade of the main loading building. The next one is replacement of monitoring and control system for the MCS system. The existing MCS unit was obsolete and the parts were not available. So we are currently replacing the parts of the old MCS unit and expecting it to be completed by fiscal year 2022. And similarly, we are upgrading the motor control center system for the MCC system. Basically, the MCC will provide the redundant power for the existing critical ETF motors and also for the new facility infrastructure. The next one is the vessel off gas system, or the VOG. The VOG pretty much draws the vapor and gases from multiple ETF tanks and treatment system and removes the particulates and the condensates before discharging them into the environment. So that's the one too. Also, we will be upgrading the freeze protection system on the ETF piping. Currently, the design is completed, and we are planning to begin this scope in the next spring. And at last is the coating of the verification tank. The verification tanks are used to hold the treated effluent before discharging them into the environment. And out of 3 tanks, 2 have been already coated, and we are planning to coat the 3rd one in fiscal year 23. Also, to increase the reliability of the LURF ETF, ETF operators has well-established conduct of operation programs with promote worker and the environmental protections. Also, the ETF operators are well-trained, and frequent surveillance are conducted by the TPD team members to improve the procedure followed by our contractors. Can you go to the next slide, please? Yes, as mentioned in the previous slide, LURF ETF is the last step in the DFLAW flowsheet before the treated effluent is disposed to the environment. So LURF ETF plays a critical role in successful implementation of the DFLAW program. And keeping that in mind, the DOE funds and prioritizes the LURF ETF projects to improve its capacity and reliability. Okay, this pretty much brings us to the end of the presentation. If you have any questions at this moment, please feel free to ask.
Right. So we're going to check in with our regulators and then open it up to questions. So, did you lose Craig?
No, I'm here.
Oh, there you are. There you are.
I really don't have much to do with this, so I'm not sure what I would say other than, you know, as the ERDF project manager for EPA, we have taken things like the cover that had degraded and helped with some expansion of some areas so that people could, you know, continue to improve the facilities. So I have supported in that way, but you know, our office doesn't really get very involved directly in anything related to supporting the tank farms mission. So I don't have a lot to say.
Right. So for those who are new, we check in with the agencies as a courtesy to honor the tri-party agreement, even when maybe one agency is more engaged than another, but just to cover our bases. So Amena, are you with us? Or am I kicking this to Nina?
Hi, this is Amina Maina from Ecology, and thank you, Vivek, for the presentation. As Vivek mentioned, there are a lot of construction and upgrades projects are going on to support the DFLAW activity. So from our side, Ecology is trying to support DOE with the permit modifications that they need to they need to do before starting any project upgrade. So yeah, that's what we are doing from our side. And right now we are having a 60-day public comment period for a class 2 modification for LARF ETF decontamination. And this modification would allow DOE to implement new procedure for listed waste code decontamination for the LARF basins and the 200 area ETF tank systems. And also we are working on some upcoming modifications too. They are all in the informal review space to upgrade the brine lag storage tanks, the leak detection upgrade at 310 line, and also as Vivek mentioned in his presentation, the carbon dioxide removal skid installation at ETF. So yeah, a lot of construction projects are going on at LARF.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right. We've got about 5 folks on the phone. Is there anyone on the phone who wants to ask a question or make a comment before I jump to the queue? *6 will get you off mute if you're on the phone. Right. So I've got Tom, Cecilia, Vince, and Chris in queue. Tom.
Hi, thanks for the presentation. It looks like there's a lot of good work going on. I had one question on the slide deck and then 2 questions that were part of the framing questions that came out of our last committee call. On the chart that you showed, I think it was slide 6, in the near term, there's a big spike of sort of miscellaneous liquids entering. I'm just wondering what process that's related to. And then sort of the framing questions would be who sets the discharge limits for LURF ETF? And is there anything that the agencies are looking for the board to comment on? This is sort of a joint comment with Tank Waste Committee, or it provide advice on.
So thanks for the questions. So this graph is taken from our system plan 9. Is pretty much a computer modeling analysis that evaluates a set of technical scenarios and provide a rough cost and schedule estimates for completing the river protection project mission. So I have to look in detail on what's on the miscellaneous one. So I'll follow back on your questions and get back to you. And what was the other questions? Sorry, I didn't catch up them.
Yeah, who sets the discharge limits? And then are there any points that the agencies are looking for board advice on for this topic?
Hi, this is Edward Holbrook with the Department of Ecology. I can speak to the discharge limits that you're referring to here. So with LURF ETF, specifically site-wide across Hanford, we have a number of wastewater discharge permits. They're currently going through renewal, including the one for LURF ETF. So Ecology would set the discharge limits based off of those permits that we have.
Thank you.
And Tom's last question was about, are there any topics on which HAB advice would be useful? Was that what you were asking, Tom?
Yep.
Anyone from any of the 3 agencies?
So I would just say, this is Edward Holbrook again with Department of Ecology, the Waste Management section. I think specifically in regards to the upgrades and the number of permits that are being either renewed or modified at this point for LURF ETF when it comes to the air operating permit, the wastewater discharge permits, or the RCRA permit itself for the facility, we're more than happy to hear from the HAB in regards to those modifications and when those public comment periods take place for those.
Thank you.
Hand up.
I have a question.
Okay, Rob.
Can I? Yeah, can I? Yeah.
Rob, let me put you in queue.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I thought we were through with it all. Okay. Thank you.
Right. So I have Vince, Chris, and Rob. DOE, did you want to respond to Tom's question at all about advice before we go to Vince?
So I believe this presentation is just to inform the HAB what's happening right now at the LURF ETF. And I guess, yeah, I mean, the advices and the recommendations are always welcome.
Yeah, thanks, B-Back. And Ricky Bang from the Tank Farm Program Division here. I don't have anything else to add.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure we covered the bases. All right, so I've got Vince, Chris, Rob, and Steve in queue. So Vince, you're up.
Well, the presentation was excellent, and the upgrades are certainly, good. A good situation in terms of equipment's going to be. You've got new equipment. It will be good for years, and but this is really a more challenging process than people understand. You're getting it's basically a garbage dump, if you can envision that. This is a garbage dump for all different sources across the site. The analytical laboratory collects their wastes and they send it to you. And if you read the waste analysis plan that's attached to the permit, you get an understanding of all the various streams that come in from across the site. And a lot of that, those streams are not analyzed. They're based on process knowledge, and that's that opens up the spectrum for what is allowable, because there's a waste acceptance process of what goes into these the ETF and LRF and ETF, and then what goes into the ground. And so the question, Tom did raise the question that I was alluding to, and that is, what have the regulators seen? Because in my 40 years of experience at Hanford, our processes worked some of the time, and some of the time they didn't work, and we had process problems, and stuff went where it shouldn't have gone. And the people who've been on the HAB for a number of years have heard conversations to that effect. And so, that's, I'm going to end this with going back to the regulators and asking, just what have they seen that caused them consternation in terms of stuff, the organics and things. But here, you got to remember one thing. If you look at all of the solvent extraction processes, the Purex plant, the B plant, Redox, and -5, they all have solvent extraction processes. And we all think it just runs perfectly when you separate the two. You have organic goes one way and the liquid goes another way after the solvent extraction process is done, the stripping and all that. But the reality is a lot of organic gets transferred into the waste stream. I certainly know that from -5, where sometimes the column would be messed up and we'd send the entire column of organic and liquids into the tank farm. So these tank wastes that go through the evaporator and then are going through the WTP evaporator basically are squeezing the organics out of the tank waste. And there's not only is there the extra organic that went in, but the high salt content has a tendency to hold. If you had even a perfect extraction separation, the tank waste would have 4 to 5% organic material in there undergoing radiolysis, and Battelle has come up with the analysis of various organics in our tank wastes that are unbelievable list, hundreds of different complexes we've used over the 40 years of operation. And so these organics go out of the from the 242 evaporator into the condensate and are sent down to LRF and go into ETF. And each tank waste is a different set of organics. So my question is, you're really challenged in terms of you've got to meet requirements before letting the stuff go to the ground. How do you, and you don't know for sure what kind of organics are coming into your system. You just use a total organic, the analysis for what they call a total organics, or a total carbon content, to determine that? Or because in one case, 242 evaporator was generating acetone. It was coming off and collecting in the condensate, and the sampling system wasn't getting the organic material. It was designed to get the liquids in the liquid water and the 242A condensate. But so the question is to the regulators, have you seen, what have you seen? What has been your experience of where we haven't paid attention and have got streams going to the wrong place? Have you seen any of that?
Question for ecology.
Yeah, so I can speak to that. So I'll say straight off the bat, I'm not a chemist, so I will take your question in regards to the total organics and the analysis that you're inquiring about to see what we do for that to ensure oversight for LURF ETF in particular. What I will say is that LURF ETF does have a RCRA permit. That RCRA permit requires USDOE and its contractors to conduct waste acceptance, to ensure waste acceptance criteria are followed. As far as ecology providing oversight of that, we do have annual inspections of LURF ETF where we look into their records in regards to waste acceptance criteria, where we ensure that they're complying with it. At this time, I don't have any knowledge of anything going to LURF ETF or that would not meet the criteria at this point. I'll also state on the back end of this, so besides the RCRA permit that establishes waste acceptance criteria for LURF ETF, we also have the wastewater discharge permit, which analyzes the wastewater prior to discharge. So I don't have any instances at this point, to my knowledge, that would say that they are accepting waste that doesn't meet the criteria or discharging wastewater that doesn't meet the discharge limits that are applied to them under the current permit.
Yeah, this is a difficult question to wrap your arms around, because you can exceed with radioactive materials. Generally, you have a total gamma or total alpha. You can measure that. Then you have with organics, I guess you've got your total carbon, so you can kind of keep that. But operating experience has been that there's and checking them once a year is, I suppose that's what you have to do, but it isn't going to catch everything. I don't know where to go with this, because there's no immediate policy advice that comes out of this conversation, but it's just, I want to point out with the tremendous variation of chemicals that you've got at Hanford, you're really, this process is really being challenged and will be challenged in the future. And just as we pointed out, we didn't talk about the acetonitrile coming out of WTP all of a sudden, that we decided that's something we have to do, and that one of the reasons we've modified the ETF to handle that. So there's these kind of challenges are going to keep popping up. So just for background, thank you.
Okay.
This is Craig Cameron. I'd like to say something if I could.
Yes, jump in.
So, for example, we the ETF powders either go to somewhere for treatment and then for disposal, or if they already meet land disposal restrictions, they can go straight to ERDF. And so we know that they're meeting the criteria. We're actually going to meet with DOE and ecology to talk about the powders and the frequency of how often they're sampled. But as far as ERDF waste acceptance criteria goes, we're not exceeding anything going into ERDF. And we keep track of the radionuclide content, and especially certain radionuclides that are more mobile as far as the inventory based on the performance assessment for ERDF. And so I'm confident that even though there may be some variability in the sources, we know what those powders are, and I'm not concerned about it.
Right. Chris, if you'll indulge me just a minute, I know we've got some new folks. This is their first RAP meeting. We just walked through some pretty technically dense stuff. Are there any of our new tab members who need to ask a clarifying question about all of this information that we just threw at you. I don't want you to be lost. And I don't want you to feel like you can't ask a question like, well, what exactly is that thing? So make sure if you need a question, jump into the queue and we will help you out. I want to make sure you're included. Chris, you're up.
Okay. My question and a comment are sort of a follow-on to what Vince just talked about a little bit. In your slide 7, you had 2 units which are designed to destroy organics. That's your UV oxidation unit and your peroxide destruction unit. And then in slide 9, you mentioned supplemental organic treatment systems. What classes of organics are each of those 3 systems designed to destroy? That's my question.
Thanks, Chris. So for the supplemental, the on the slide 9, the supplemental organic treatment system that will treat the acetonitrile, and the other one, the carbon dioxide removal unit, it will remove the carbonate or the carbon dioxide. And from the side 7, the UV ox will remove the I don't know, but it's pretty much the organics. And for the hydrogen peroxide, it's pretty much the decomposing the hydrogen peroxide that was used on the UV ox to decompose the organics. So hydrogen peroxide, acetonitrile, and the carbon dioxide, those are the 3 chemicals that will be treated with this treatment system.
Okay. And then just a comment for Vince. Vince, it might help you to understand what analyses are being performed for some of these RCRA components that might enter the ground. I think if you looked at some of the sampling and analysis plans for RCRA groundwater, the RCRA groundwater units, you might see that there's a wide variety of analyses that are being performed to characterize organics that are in the groundwater or entering the groundwater. It's just a thought that might clarify things a little bit for you. Thank you.
Right. Rob, thank you for waiting. You're up.
Thank you. I was going to ask a basic question in that we understand that this was not the original plan to have an EMF facility and have to enlarge the LRF or any of the other treatment facilities for the WTP because the WTP was self-contained. So the biggest point here is that the big reason why we're using melters and melter technology is that we destroy any organics. That waste goes into the top of the melter at 50% waste, 50% water, and heated to over 11,000 degrees. And so at 11,000 degrees, there's not many organics that I know of can really stand that. And so it gets down to the point that the excess water coming out of the WTP is basically organic free. Other than, the natural ones you get by air absorption, but essentially the point is that why was thermal technologies chosen by the National Institute? Everybody decided that we had to vitrify the waste because we could remove the organics. So now we're creating a nice stream of liquid water going towards the LRF, and we're mixing it with organic contaminated waste from the rest of the site's facilities. Is this modeled in your activities, and that you're taking clean water and making it dirty, or is it added as a processed water? I do think that to some extent that we're missing the really big picture here is what are we trying to remove out of LRF and the other activities when it was going to end up being waste going to a thermal process. So I just thought I'd bring that up. And the point is that I think there's a whole lot of good things happening with the construction and some of the corrosion problems that have been noticed in the tanks that they've had down there. And then with your organic systems to clean things up, you're going to meet the regulations and standards. So I have great confidence that you've worked around this. But I think it's just a pity you got to take very good clean water out of the WTP or what we call the DFLAW now, and then get it all dirty again with contaminated, organics. So that's kind of one of my positions on this, and I'd like somebody to comment if they want to, because there really is nothing coming out of the WTP that would represent an organic stream, not like what would be in the tank farms, or excuse me, in the rest of the Hanford ugly organic waste. All right, thanks.
Which of the TPA agencies want to tackle that?
I'm sorry, what was that?
I was going to ask which of the TPA agencies wants to respond to Rob.
Well, I'm going to leave it to ecology since they're the oversight.
Yeah, I mean, I could speak to a little bit, but I think DOE would have a better answer for what's coming out of WTP and what's entering LRF ETF as far as the organics. But as I stated before, I don't believe it's clean water that's being sent from WTP to LRF ETF to be treated again. There are some contaminants that need to be treated prior to discharge. But DOE should have a better answer as far as which ones those are at this point, as we work through some of the permit modifications right now.
Thanks. And Ricky Bang here with the Department of Energy. Being on a tank farm side, I think we do receive a lot of secondary waste from other generators. Not familiar with the WTP effluent that comes out, but there is a lot of off gas that comes off the WTP melters. And some of the secondary wastewater is generated as part of the off-gas treatment system. And perhaps that may be a topic for a future presentation or briefing.
For our new folks, one of the things that sometimes happens, if there's a topic that overlaps the technical committees, we'll either make it a joint topic or a joint meeting so that our regulators and DOE don't actually have to do things in stereo and repeat themselves. Steve, your hand is up.
Thank
What's
you.
on your mind?
Yeah, that was a great discussion, and I've always been impressed over the years.
Oops, sorry, Steve. Steve, unmute yourself. I was trying to lower your hand and I messed up. Sorry.
Am I unmuted now?
You are unmuted now. I apologize. That was my
Sorry about that. I've always been impressed with the water treatment systems that have been installed at Hanford over the years, and accolades to the folks who are designing those. As a civil engineer, I am a little overwhelmed at times. My question really is maybe a question, maybe a statement. You're relying on System Plan 9, as I understand it, to tell you what you're going to get from the WTP. And I've never been a great fan of modeling, but my understanding is this is all based on modeling, and we will know what we're going to get when we actually start to operate. Is that a correct statement? And is the facility robust enough to handle the variability that might occur? Anybody that wants to try can take a shot.
Hi, Steve. This is Vivek again. So I'll try to answer your questions. Yes, the picture, the graph that presented was taken from System Plan 9, and it's a computer simulation or like yeah, and we keep on updating that one because that's the Rev 9, and from Rev 0 to Rev 9 we have evolvement. So many things have changed. So the facility is equipped to meet those challenges or changes in the future. Yeah, but as you mentioned, it's a simulations and it changes. There's possibility of changing it in the future. Hopefully, I
That's
answer your question.
feedback, and I would add that System Plan 9 gave us the model results for the capacity needed for the ETF facility. So I guess a processing capability of so many millions of gallons per year of secondary waste and wastewater produced by the WTP. There are other models and simulations that we have at the WTP project that describes the constituents that would be sent over to the WTP. And we would also work with between the tank farms and the WTP on the equipment needed, the process controls needed for each waste batch that would be produced, the melter off gas that we're seeing. So it's a very integrated set of process controls between the WTP and the tank farms. In the process data that is collected from the WTP would have to inform the WAC, the material being sent to LERF, and then the process and the treatment at the ETF. So we have really a lot of process control information to integrate between the WTP based on their outputs to take a lot of that data to inform the ETF secondary waste treatment. And then I think the other piece of the question is on the flexibility. So I think we have a nominal target for the concentrations we expect to receive, the wastewater volumes, and we would obviously have design margin and operating margin once we get to full DFLAW operations. And that margin is built within both ETF, the LERF basins, and also the process control parameters available to us at the WTP. And it's a very high level overview, but please let me know if you have any additional follow-up questions.
Oh, that was an excellent response. I'm just looking forward to the operation beginning so we can actually see what's going to happen. Thanks a lot.
All right. I have Liz and Vince. Liz.
Thanks. My questions are more about the permit mod. And some of this is just a little confusing to me too about the flushing process. So, and this is kind of a multi-pronged question, so I can put it in the chat. So if you could just explain how the flushing, how it works to flush the LERF basins and like the decontamination flushing in the LERF basins and in ETF, and then where does that decontamination water go? Does it go back through ETF for more treatment? And then a more general question about where do the liquids, it seems like there's a few different disposal paths for the liquids that go through ETF for treatment. Are any of them sent offsite for further treatment at like Permafix Northwest? So I'll start there, and then I have a question about the HEAL.
Hey, this is Richard at ORP. I'm not sure if folks can hear me.
Yes, we can.
Hi, I work with BBEC and under Ricky, and I think that question would best be posed for the public comment period for that RCRA modification, as well as the public meeting associated with that modification. That would be on November 30th.
Is there, I guess the broader question, I guess, could be answered, like what happens to liquids that go through ETF once they're treated?
So we have a current set of disposal paths that are existing today, and then we will be presenting in those future modifications, as you're alluding to, the potential for other disposal pathways. In our current permit for one of our projects, the brine loadout, I think it's a photo on one of these slides here. There's a permit condition that we do have to seek approval with ecology once we determine the disposal path for that example at the brine loadout. So we have the current set existing today, and then we're still developing the future disposal paths as well.
Okay. I mean, I'm asking like super big picture, like dumped in the ground, put somewhere to be contained forever. Like generally what happens to liquids that go through ETF?
So we have a main treatment train, a primary treatment train that will treat the bulk of the liquid waste, and then that gets sampled and verified to be delisted and discharged to the ground. That's at the state approved land disposal site. And as we talked about, we have a state discharge permit to discharge in that particular location. That will be the bulk of the liquid waste. Again, that's treated, sent there. And then we have a secondary treatment train at the current moment, concentrates the waste down to a powdered form. And as we've mentioned before, that's sampled for disposal at ERDF.
This is Craig Cameron. So if it turns out that it needs to be treated for land disposal restrictions, it can be sent off-site and treated somewhere else. But if it doesn't need to have that happen, then it goes to ERDF. So there are a couple options there, and ecology, is aware of those.
Okay, and I'm just going to guess that my question about there's reference to like a brine heel. There's a 550,000 gallons of heel left in the Lurf Basin for the liner of the basin. I don't know if you can talk about that or explain that, or if we have to wait.
Yeah, again, I'm sorry, but I think that would be best explained, number one, at the public meeting, and then expounded upon by any questions you may have at that same public meeting, November 30th. We'll have slide material and such to be able to try to convey it a little more keenly.
You're up.
Well, now I'm a little confused because the waste analysis plan says that these powders that you have that meet land disposal restrictions, LDRs, are sent to not ERDF, but north. There's this a burial location or disposal site that's you've approved north of the 200 West area. What's that? And so they're actually saying that your product from ETF is shipped there. Is that another?
So
could you help?
Yep, I'm sorry. That's the discharge point for the liquids to be discharged. We refer to that as the state approved land disposal site. It's a location where we discharge the treated liquid effluent.
Oh, okay. So that's you don't actually dispose of that right at the ETF location. That's what you're telling me. You actually transfer the liquid into the north of the 200 area.
Correct. That site was chosen so that it had the right geography for discharge.
Okay, and that's so many million gallons a year?
Our permit identifies the maximum value that we can discharge on some periodicity. I'd have to go back. It's very conservative, so it's a large number.
Yeah. Okay. Well, just the last comment then. The permit for many years here, we've looked at the WTP process and expected the melter to do exactly what Rob said, is that he'd burn off all the organics, and so all of a sudden we had this permit to redo the ETF, and that was fine in 2021. And there's something like 700 pages that are back, you dig into those and you start reading those 700 pages, and it says, well, okay, one of the changes we're doing to ETF is to handle the acetonitrile, and well, it comes from WTP. Okay, that's 2021. Why didn't we know that in 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019? All of a sudden, it just popped up this year. So it's I don't know. It was kind of a question back of my mind, is that maybe that illustrates the fact that we learned something here in 2021, and maybe 2023, 2024, we're going to learn some more as we go through this process. And I think that's probably to be expected. Thank you.
Okay. Final question to Liz. Liz?
Thanks. I guess this is just a follow-up on the state-approved land disposal site, the SALDS. I don't know what we call it. I just don't remember hearing about this before. I don't know if I just missed it in the last 14 years, or if it's a newer thing, or if we just don't talk about it. Have I missed it? Is it something that everyone knows about, or is this part of Rob's? Like, does this go to Rob's question about the fact that we weren't really supposed to even need LRF and ETF for the waste treatment plant effluents, or why is this newish to me? And maybe it's not at all. I'm just curious. It's an acronym that wasn't. I was like, wait, what is this?
Yeah, so this is Edward Holbrook with Department of Ecology. So this permit has been longstanding as tied into LRF ETF for wastewater discharges. It's one of 4 wastewater discharge permits that are currently either going through renewal or have gone through renewal recently at the Hanford site. So it's been longstanding. Maybe just the acronym hasn't popped up, I'd imagine.
And just to clarify, we are currently discharging water there now. That's where the liquid is discharged when it goes through ETF.
Yes, they currently have the permit, and discharges are occurring.
And does it, maybe for a future meeting, we could just get a picture or maybe even a video of what that looks like? Is it just a pipe in the ground, or what does that look like? Or maybe you can describe it, and then I'm done. Thanks.
I haven't personally visited it, this location. I've just rejoined Ecology back here in April this year, but maybe DOE can draw us a picture or give us some idea of what it looks like exactly.
I think we can take the action to provide some photos.
This is Richard again at ORP. We can do that. It is an underground PVC pipeline system, so you're not going to see very much, and it does terminate at a gravel drainage field. So there are a few features, some caissons where we have valve, air vacuum valve relief, but you won't see very much. But we can still think it's worth providing a map of the location and anything that may help understand.
Thank you. All right. Tom, before we break to lunch, you get the last word.
All right, I just want to thank the presenters and the regulators for the conversation and the slides. This is sort of a topic that's at the nexus of RAP and the Tank Waste Committee, so it is the most technical of technical discussions you can have at the HAB, and you all lived through it. So congratulations, and thank you for the great presentation.
Right. So we're gonna break for lunch until 1:15. And with that, we will talk about the Central Plateau Water Treatment Facility. So have a good break, and we will see you after lunch.
How are we doing? Is everyone back from lunch? Critical mass, at least?
Well, I'm here, Tom.
Well, that's important.
I think I'm here.
Not really, but okay, I'll take it.
All right, so our third and final presentation of the afternoon or day is a treatment plan of a different flavor. So rounding out the trio of treatment talks, I will pass the mic over to Diane with HMIS.
Good afternoon. Thanks very much. I am Diane Cato. I'm the Senior Vice President for Engineering, Technology, and Projects with Hanford Mission Integration Solutions, as you noted. Thanks for the opportunity to speak with you today. You know, the Hanford team has made a lot of progress over the last year as we build up towards the waste treatment mission. And I'm excited to share with you one of the examples that really show that we're making progress towards that goal. And this water treatment facility is just one of the examples that show how Hanford Mission Integration Solutions is supporting the overall Hanford site. So on to our next slide. So we always start with a safety topic, and as we're coming up on Thanksgiving, I thought that food safety would be a good topic for us. So it is important to make sure that you're cooking your food thoroughly, and really the only real way with meat is to make sure that you use a thermometer and check that the temperature is at the appropriate temperature for whatever kind of meat it is. It is important to make sure that you're keeping your food outside of what they call the danger zone, which is in between 40 and 140 degrees, as that's the temperature range at which bacteria can start to grow fairly rapidly. And once you've prepared your food and have it out, you want to make sure that you get it back into the refrigerator within 2 to 4 hours. The other big topic is how to thaw your meat. And if you've ever gotten a food safety card, there's only 3 approved methods. One is to make sure you just leave it in the fridge if you have enough time. You can put it in a sink of cold water, making sure that you're changing the water out. In both of those cases, that keeps it below that 40-degree temperature range, which helps keeps the bacteria from growing. Or you can use the microwave, but you shouldn't just stick it in the sink or on the counter, because that starts to get in the area where you're going to have some issues. All right, thank you for that, and let's move on. So the purpose of this briefing is to talk about the new Central Plateau Water Treatment Facility and how it does support the direct feed low activity waste program, as well as the whole site. It is one of our infrastructure upgrades, and this is an information only presentation. I'm not seeking anything from the HAB at this time. So this is a picture of our existing facility that's out there in 200 West area. It is a bit of a dinosaur. It was built in 1944, so it's over 75 years old. The current facility has a production limit of just over 2 million gallons a day, which is the equivalent of about 1,500 gallons per minute. In addition to a mixed media filter bed, it does use gaseous chlorine for treatment, which is a hazard. So on to the next slide. This is an artist rendering of what our new facility is gonna look like, a little bit more modern than the prior picture. And then on the next slide, we were able to also get a rendering of the interior of what our process room might look like using the 3D model that we have of the design. And then the next slide just shows, you can see there kind of in the middle bottom there is where the current facility is in 200 West area. And then sort of above it here in this picture is where the new facility will be, the 283 WR. This location allows us to tie it into some of our existing infrastructure, thereby reducing the overall cost of the project. All right. So the new water treatment facility is going to be about a 10,000 square foot facility. It's going to be capable of supplying 3.5 million gallons of water per day, with the capability of expanding up to 5 million gallons per day. And so that's somewhere in the range of 2,400 gallons per minute up to about 3,500 gallons per minute. And that's, if the site demands were to increase, then we've got that capabilities built in. The filtration system is modular, so that expansion is fairly simple. It doesn't require a change to the overall footprint of the facility. This facility, the new facility, will reduce the operational risks to the direct feed low activity waste facility. As I noted, the current facility is 75 years old, and a new facility will allow for much more reliable equipment, and also then hopefully prevent us from having unplanned outages that could disrupt operations. This new facility will provide treated water to the entire Hanford Central Plateau. And we did begin construction in September of this year, with the completion scheduled for May of 2023. There is a fairly extensive testing and commissioning that needs to go on with this facility, and that is scheduled to complete in April of 2024. This construction, we're excited to get started with this construction. It's an important step in upgrading the infrastructure for the site, especially as we move into the 24/7 operations of the facility for the treatment of the tank waste and other cleanup projects across the site. Next slide. So the new facility will use a process called hollow fiber microfiltration, which is a process that lets the water molecules go through but leaves bacteria and other contaminants behind. In addition, it eliminates the need for the bulk gaseous chlorine. It uses the sodium hypochlorite instead, and that'll be an important improvement in safety for the folks that work in and around the facility. Another good feature of this new facility is that we'll be able to have a modern instrument and control system. That'll give us advanced monitoring capabilities and the ability to control the facility locally as well as remotely. We were able to have a groundbreaking ceremony last month, and it was an opportunity to bring the presidents of the other major companies together, as well as Brian Vance. And I believe we've got that video queued up for you all to watch.
Todd?
All right, y'all see it? Okay, here we go.
We're looking at the next.
So I have a bad habit of forgetting to include sound. Let's redo that for a second.
We're looking at the next several decades of cleanup, and this water plant will provide services to the entire site for everyone for that period of time. So it's just one of the many projects that we have now in place that we're going to set the conditions for the future work at the site.
This new facility will bring us up to 3.5 million gallons, and they'll be readily expandable up to 5 million gallons should there be a need in the future for the site to be able to process more water and be able to do more water capabilities. Chlorine is used in the current facility. It's a huge chlorine gas concern. It's probably one of our major safety hazards on the Hanford site, and by switching to this new facility, we're going to actually get rid of that chlorine and not have to use that chlorine materials, which reduces the impact to potential workers in the near facility.
Our collaboration with HMIS is really key. I mean, not only do we ensure with that collaboration that we're getting the power that we need, the emergency services, as well as water to the VIT plant that's required for the treatment process, but this new water treatment facility is just another way that HMIS is contributing to the success of the DFLAW program.
We're really at the crossroads for the Hanford site. Start of the tank waste treatment mission, 2 decades in the making. It's really the next phase of the cleanup. And frankly, the teamwork that has evolved over the last 18 months in response to COVID is representative of how we're going to have to operate as a site to be successful in the tank waste cleanup missions. Every project on the site has progressed very well, and that momentum is going to carry us beyond COVID into the next decade of cleanup, which I think is really going to be phenomenal.
All right. So to just sort of wrap this part up, we are very excited to have begun construction on this facility. It is a 10,000 square foot facility that is replacing the 75-year-old facility that is currently in operation. It will expand our water production capabilities to about 3.5 million gallons of water per day, with the ability to easily expand to the 5 million gallons per day as the site demands increase. And it is important to the waste treatment facility, and this facility will just be one of the ways that we support the site programs. Anybody got any questions? I see we've got, I think, one question already.
What we normally do is we check in with the other 2 TPA agencies, and then we go to questions, just
perfect
as a habit. So, have on from Ecology and EPA.
This is Ginger. I'm here. We have people on vacation and stuff, so we had trouble with this week. And I'm sure that we would just say that we're excited that they're replacing the other facility and that we can move away from the chlorine and be safer.
I don't see anybody here on from EPA. So, is that true? Do we have anybody on from EPA that I just missed? Let's go to questions then. I've got Dan Solitz and Tom Cecilia. Dan.
Good afternoon. I'm not a member of the RAP. I hope I'm not intruding, but I have a question on the remote control for the water treatment plant. Is that going to be cyber, or is it going to be hardwired? And if it's cyber, I don't think we should be discussing what security measures you're taking, but I certainly hope you're taking some security measures seriously. But I would really recommend hardwiring if you want to run that thing remote, and that way you don't have to worry about cyber security. Over.
So I do believe that it's hardwired. I can confirm that. I do know that we do have our cybersecurity subject matter experts interfacing with the project team to ensure that we're meeting all of the requirements that are necessary to operate networks on the Hanford site.
Okay, thank you.
Tom, Cecilia.
Couple quick questions. One of them was from the framing questions that we had on the committee call, and that's, do you know the status of sort of the pump stations and the feed lines? Are those aging as well and needing to be replaced, or is that have those been sort of upgraded as well?
So I'm not sure specifically which equipment you're speaking of. We do have a whole suite of water projects that are integrated with this water facility that are our top priority that we're currently working. And so I can get back to you with the specific components, but we are doing quite a bit of work on our water systems right now.
Excellent. And the second question I had with the construction schedule, is that cost limited, or is there some other limitation to the speed of that? I mean, if this is sort of pure infrastructure and traditionally defined infrastructure, so if there's a chance for a plus up from the new bill, could it be done faster, or does it make sense to do it faster?
I don't believe that this project is one of the projects that would benefit from an influx of money. I will confirm that. I think that our schedule assumed that we had the funding we needed to build the facility.
Thank you.
Steve Wakeman.
Thank you for that great update. I'm glad to see that that facility is being replaced, and the reliability of systems on the site is really going to be critical to our future. I appreciate that a great deal. I have a question about your schedule and its relationship to the startup of the direct feed log program. Where do you fit on that critical path, and will this be fully functional by the time we're ready to start up?
So we are not on the critical path to the startup. We are capable of supplying the needs for the facility with the facility that we have today. What the new facility buys us is a more reliable system so that we can minimize any unplanned outages, reduce the amount of maintenance and downtime that we have.
Thank you, and I'm absolutely delighted to get rid of that chlorine gas.
So are we.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Are there folks on the phone who have questions? We've got 3 folks on the phone. Anyone? New folks to the Hab. Oh, Vince, you've got your hand up. What's your question?
Well, this the capability of the plant's 3.5 million per day, and that means you're not going to be operating at capability. But I read an earlier document that said that it's something like 400 million gallons a year will be pumped in. Is that so? That falls within the 3.5, because that would be more like 2 million gallons, like our current right now. So, 2 million times, if you operate 220 days, that's over 400 million per year. And is that your understanding? It's somewhere in the neighborhood of 400 million, 450. It doesn't matter. It's a large number per year.
Yeah, I haven't done that math.
Well,
but I could, I guess.
Yeah, but it's okay, because you're saying you got the capability of 3.5 million, and so it's going to be under that somewhere. But so the 400 million, this is just a question for the other committee members, is this. You've got 400 million gallons a year coming into the 200 areas. And you've got all these closure documents, the circuit closure, the record closure, the performance assessments by DOE Order 435.1, all say there's no liquid source, zero. They look at the rainfall, and they ignore the fact that we've got 400 million gallons per year coming into the 200 area. And the question is, where does that go, given the fact that you have thousands of curies of radioactive material perched in the Vado zone underneath Hanford with these lake beds. And so when you put water in one spot, it hits a lake bed and goes sideways somewhere else, and you don't have any idea if. Now, this is not a question for Diane. It's just a question for the rest of the team, that when you think of the water treatment plant, it gives you an opportunity to say, oh yeah, we're pumping 400 million gallons of water per year onto the site. And that you got to be careful then of making assumptions in our modeling that, hey, this is just dry, there's no water available to move radionuclides through the Vado zone. They're just going to sit there in their perched position. And you say, wait a minute, no, there's 400 million gallons a year of water going in there, and it's going somewhere, and we don't know where for sure. So anyhow, that's just a question for the committee to consider, maybe an open forum or some later point. Thank you.
Are there other questions? Yeah, Sedgwick.
Hello, it's Jeff Sedgwick from RL DOE. I don't have a question. I just wanted to provide a little more information on one of the questions. I believe it was question number 2 regarding the status of the pump station. So there are 2 reliability projects currently ongoing. They are both in the design phase to rehab the 100 Bravo and the 100 Delta area pump stations to again get that reliability up there, so we have reliability export water system, reliability on our water treatment plant, so from beginning to end basically. So those projects are in process right now.
Great, thanks.
Yeah, this is Bob Thompson. If I could just ask or maybe a clarification in regards to the amount of water that's going out to the site with the new plant or even the old plant. We have a lot of monitoring wells, as I understand it, in regards to actually, I think the question was, well, gee, what happens to this water? I think we actually do a pretty good job when I read the information that I have available, that we actually test to see where water goes. And if there is an uptake in regards to the amount of moisture going down to the Vado zone, we're aware of that. If I'm wrong on that, I wish somebody could correct me.
Who can help Bob?
There may be no help for me but on this particular issue.
This is Steve Wigman. I would just comment that historically we discharged a great deal of water on site, and I don't believe we have any on-site unpermitted discharges today, and we don't plan any. I think this water will be utilized in processes and gathered and treated for permitted disposal at the land disposal site that's permitted by ecology. So I doubt that we would expect, unless there was leakage, that there would be any addition to the Vado zone.
And I'll just add, we've also seen lately reported that if there is leakage from a pipe, it could take a couple decades to hit the groundwater to be monitored by a well. So we wouldn't know about it yet.
I think it's important to note too, these are potable water supplies. So they're also used for fire protection systems, for cleanups, for hosing the driveway, all those kind of systems out there that require potable water is what they're being, at least that's what the big use of the WTP is, of that kind of water, is for the untreated water to be basically fire protection system.
And of course, so what? So, I always listen to commentary. You have obviously radionuclides that we all have concerns about. And they're pretty well charted well, as best we've been able to locate where those are located. So obviously, when you're pushing additional water to move items that you don't want to get into the groundwater or the vadose zone, you know, there are certain select spots that you have to worry about, right? Because the contaminants don't necessarily leach, for lack of a better way of saying, north, south, east, west, without having something to push them. So again, based on my understanding, if we have those charted out, you know, you're paying attention to where this additional water goes. I think sometimes we worry about things that aren't the issue that we might make them out to be. And so it's just my comment from, you know, obviously this is the treatment plant is necessary for a variety of reasons, especially when you look at the aging infrastructure of the Hanford site, which should be everybody's biggest concern, frankly. And so this is a good thing, not a bad thing in my mind. Are we going to be safe when we try to figure out where that water goes? I think not only does the state of Washington Department of Ecology have a big role in making sure that we're safe on that, but I think there's no advantage to the Department of Energy to make us less safe on that. So I hear the concerns, but I don't like to make too big a deal of things that I think are well within the ability of the various regulatory entities to control. I guess those are my comments.
Are there other comments or questions? Pam? There, Pam? Can't tell. Are you on the phone or?
Yeah.
There you are.
Hi. I pushed the wrong button and I lost the screen. I just want to say ditto to Bob Thompson's comments. I agree with what he said. Thank you.
Yeah. Other questions or comments? Running a bit early. Tom?
Well, I just want to thank you for the presentation. It's always good to see reliability increasing and risks going down, and moving the mission forward and having some reliability out into the future. So thank you so much for bringing that to us.
Thank you.
Tom, I suggest that we do some open forum now and
Yeah, that
kind of
seems
get
like,
flexible with a break.
sounds like a plan.
So would you like to explain open forum to our new members?
I can do that. So in the RAP, I'm not sure if the other committees do it because I'm not in the other committees as often. We tend to have an hour or so every meeting where, since there's so much that goes on in the river and plateau areas of the site, there's a lot of stuff that we don't necessarily get briefed on, but we might want to. So if you have a question, if you have a topic that you're interested in and you'd like to discuss or have people think about, this is the open forum. This is when you can get in the queue and stand on your soapbox for a moment and see if anything sticks for whether we want to start up an issue manager team or request a briefing, or anything like that. So I could start off real quick, and that's plugging again the RAP Teams page. One thing that I'm trying to do is distribute information when I see it come into the public realm. So I review the administrative record weekly, and if something is relevant to a discussion point that we've had, I've been putting it on the Teams page. Another option would be to send out emails if people don't have access to the Teams page. So if you have a topic you're interested in and you want information as it comes available, let me know and I can send it to you via email, or I can put it in one of these threads like I am here. Want to make sure everybody gets the information they want without having to necessarily spend all day reading the administrative record. So that was my soapbox.
That's your soapbox. So if you would like to be part of the River and Plateau Committee Teams page, you can see there's the committee, the general thread that Tom was talking about, as well as the two issue manager teams, and they have their own little places to share information and documents. So if you send an email to Josh or me, we can fix that if you want to be on it. You folks have an open forum topic they want to toss out. And anyone can toss out an open forum topic. It does not matter if you are new or if you've been around a while. Vince.
Tom, you mentioned that a bunch of documents were issued recently on the CIE. Did you, can you summarize those? Is that a potential open forum topic, just in a summary fashion of what's up and what we might, what our committee might see in the future regarding those documents?
I'll say yes with an asterisk. I haven't read them all yet. I sort of just skimmed the executive summaries. But the CIE is the cumulative impact evaluation, which is sort of a model of models. So all the different models on the Central Plateau get pieced together into a quilt. And that quilt is the CIE. And what it allows DOE to do is to run different scenarios to estimate what the groundwater impacts are going to be from doing certain cleanups first or second. And what has been published lately is sort of the inventory of wastes that are being put into that model on sort of the do nothing scenario. So sort of the worst case scenario. And there's one model package report on just the soil types in the unsaturated zone. And there's other ones on radionuclide inventories and chemical inventories, and how they all fit into the pieces to the puzzle. There was one report that talked about the results of the do nothing scenario, but I haven't gotten into the weeds on it yet, so that's as far as I can go. But I did post the links to, I think, 3 or 4 of those reports on the Teams page.
Do you see the documents on the modeling recognizing the lake beds that are underneath the Hanford project, which move water and contamination sideways, such that many of our discharges are still perched and have never reached the groundwater?
Yeah, there are definitely some perched aquifers noted. In particular, the bee farm area has a perched aquifer. I think what we saw with some of the sea farm modeling is that that lateral flow is dependent on a high discharge volume in a lot of places. So unless you're throwing a lot of liquids into the ground, you're not going to see a significant lateral flow in all these areas. You will in some places, but they do account for heterogeneity of the subsurface in the geologic grid framework grid is what they call it.
In your discussion with DOE, do you see them being willing to give a presentation on the inventory, the total inventory, to give our committee sort of an idea of what we know now of the inventory in the Vados zone and being in perched levels and so forth?
I think that's something we can ask for. It was, the CIE was one of the topics that was a potential for this meeting. So I just wasn't quite ripe yet. So we can definitely talk about that when we get to committee business and what we might want to hear about next.
Yes, and I think the focus would be to try to avoid getting into the technical details of the modeling, but just the general concepts and trying to figure out is there policy issues here or not. Thank you.
Other topics for open forum?
Why don't we consider asking DOE to report to us how much stuff is actually leaked out of the tank itself, what the isotopes were, and what the risk level is, or some level of understanding that we've just had a report of a leak this last year, and basically we're gonna let the water decant kind of out and not really do much with it for the next 20 years or so. But the question is what is it that's leaking out? Do we need some isotopic? Do we need to know what the level of risk is? I think a lot of us are, okay, we got a leak. Well, what is the hazard caused by that leak? Well, it's radioactive. Well, I don't really know what that means yet. And so you kind of go down that train. Just if you want to talk open forum, that's the most recent thing that we've had out there with our groundwater that's threatened it. Everything else has been good news. We're cleaning this up, we're improving this and that, and maybe we need a little damage control so we understand what it is and how important some of these things are that we're proposing. Covers, barriers, etc. So,
yeah,
just a thought.
That's actually something that is sort of another one of those crossover topics between us and tanks. And we've been sort of toying with the idea of doing a summer joint meeting with tanks and RAP to address that type of topic.
Sounds great.
I have Jan and Steve and Pam in queue. Jan?
Hi, I have a curiosity. If somebody maybe can kind of go over this with me. I first heard about Gable Pond a couple of years ago. We tried to chase it down. Pretty much the answer was nothing to see here, but I keep hearing people mention it, including today. So could I have a recap?
I can take a shot.
Sure.
There's two things going on. So Gable Pond was an infiltration basin during operations where water was or liquid was discharged to the ground surface and it made a pond near Gable Gap. The plume that was talked about today during the groundwater talk was part of the BP5 PO1. I might have gotten the 1 and 5 mixed up there. Proposed plan, and that is a plume of Tech 99 that's sort of stagnant and in Gable Gap. So that's the Gable Gap plume. Gable Pond is a separate waste site, and Gable Pond first came to my attention. Susan Leckben brought it up, where there was discussion about adding gravel to Gable Pond to stabilize it and stop sort of erosion and stop additional water from puddling there. So I don't think I don't think there's been a record of decision on that waste site yet, or much. I'm not sure what the investigation status is, but we can definitely request an update if there is one.
So just in terms of clarification, you're saying that Gable Gap and Gable Pond are two different things. And then you also say that Tech 99 is associated with Gable Gap.
It's the Gable Gap plume. It's not necessarily with Gable Gap.
I see. And it has a relatively short half-life. Is that correct?
Tech 99 is a couple tens of thousands of years.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you for the update.
Right. Steve Wigman.
Just back on the topic of tank leaks, and Rob talked about it a little bit. The tank committee tomorrow is going to be discussing advice related to single shell tanks and the spinoff of the B109 tank leak. I would urge anyone who has some interest in this topic to participate tomorrow, because this actually would be an excellent topic for a committee of the whole. Because I would say that the draft advice I've seen covers the scope of all our committees. So if you have some interest in that topic, I think tomorrow would be a good time to participate. We've definitely got to have some more discussions.
Pam.
Well, that was what I wanted to talk about, is the committee meeting tomorrow. The advice is not a reflection of reality. So I don't think that many of you, if any of you, have ever had to sit down with the appropriations committee staff and argue for funding, unlimited funding from this advice for Hanford, for something that is not immediate. But we would look like idiots if that advice passed. So I will be working on some edits, which I will send to Josh tonight so he can send it on to the committee. I mean, there are points in it that I think are well taken, but there are no transfer lines in the vicinity of this tank. There isn't a way to move leaking waste. And it's also been explained to us that they've emptied as much as they can out of it. So how do you think you're going to get more? Anyway, it's naive, and there are points of it that are valid, but I'm going to be having my cranky hat on tomorrow, so I'll be happy to engage with you all. My problem is I'm going to be driving. We are going to be driving to Portland and then on to my mother's home, and we have an appointment in Portland. So that's why I'm sending the written comments in the event that I am away from the phone, or that we lose access to the phone during the gorge. So anyway, just a heads up. Thanks.
So Vince and Bob, are either of you on this topic, or are you on a different topic?
I think this was the same topic. We were mentioning technetium 99. It has a half-life of 211,000 years. And technetium 99M is what's used in the medical facility for charting your heart, for example. And it has a half-life of 6 hours. So there's 99, so the way to keep that separate is technetium 99, as we have it at Hanford, is 211,000 years half-life, very long half-life, and technetium 99M is the medical, used for medical purposes, half-life of 6 hours. I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. I've got Bob and Dan. Bob?
Yes, I wanted to talk about the tomorrow's meeting a little bit. The advice that the issue manager group put together was based on the comments that we received at the last HAB meeting. And we tried to open up, fly a little higher, and not focus in on B109 specifically. And so the advice has been rewritten with the help of Jeff Burbright and the key members of the issue manager team to talk more about being prepared to address tank leaks as they happen in the future. And this is only the second single shell tank that DOE has recognized as leaked, but all the other tanks are going to leak because they're 40 years past their design lifetime. So I would very much encourage all the members, all the new members to join us tomorrow. Tomorrow afternoon is when we're going to talk about the advice that's going to go forward. And we actually have a couple hours now available to make sure we get all the ideas, everything incorporated into it before we send it on to the HAB. So tomorrow afternoon is kind of a key point for this advice. So I'd like you to all think about joining us. Thank you.
Dan Solitz.
Yes, back to groundwater, which is one of the main reasons I tuned into this HAB meeting. I think there's a possibility to take that whole groundwater treatment system and use it to test how fast the pollutants are moving through the Betos zone by shutting off, seeing how much is collected, and then seeing how fast it's collected, and getting a much better sense of how fast in which areas the contaminants are moving down through the soil to the ground, to the groundwater. And I'm just kind of hoping somebody could take a large data look at that, or maybe even play with the system to give us a better sense right now of how that's working in different areas. I know it's kind of far-fetched, but it's just an idea, and I hope somebody will pick up on it. Thank you.
So it sounds like you're describing a tracer test, and I think that's really doable in the river corridor area where you're looking at hours to days to hit water from the surface. But in order to do a tracer test, you have to have a known release that's like a conservative compound that doesn't get stuck up on soil and doesn't degrade as it goes down. So if there was a specific release that we know about that was quantified, then you could use that to estimate the time to hit water. But yeah, it's not a bad idea to keep that in the back of our minds when we see some of these leaks.
There's no way to work that backwards from what you've got to up to the surface.
There absolutely is through models and sort of brute force. But to do a traditional tracer test, you'd inject something like a dye and then watch for it in the well.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you.
Not seeing anybody in queue. Am I missing something? Are there other topics or comments? For those of you who are, oh, here we go. Steve Wigman, jump in.
Yeah, this conversation brought up a question from the past, I guess. We used to do lysimeter tests on site to try to determine how much water moves down and how much moves up because of evaporation. Is that something that is still a current technical investigation point, or where did that wind up? Does anybody know?
Vince, do you know?
Yeah, there's Battelle installed some lysimeter test facilities, some tanks in the ground or pipes in the ground, and did some measurements and stuff like that. And they have that facility, still exists. And just a few years ago, they put out another report. And so there's some continual interest in that. And particularly with regard to now, the recent focus is on climate change and what's that going to do to rainwater here at Hanford. But yeah, Steve, so there are some documents on lysimeter tests. I don't know if I can dig one out or not. I don't know if I saved it, but there is that facility. I'd like to, I just forgot to mention one thing about Gable Mountain Pond. We had four major ponds, and they were each designed for non-radioactive water. And for some reason or another, accidents happened, solutions were put in the wrong place, radioactive material was discharged to pipes that were supposed to have clean water in them. and every one of the ponds got contaminated. And it was my job from 1975 to 1980. I was responsible for environmental protection in the 200 areas, and so I had to report and to have people take samples. The mud on the bottom of the pond was radioactive, and there was a foot or two of water in the Gable Mountain and Bee Pond as well. We were concerned about the ducks and the geese that are flying in and living on the water and going down in this radioactive mud and mucking it up and stuff. And so we would do sampling, and my job was to put out a monthly report and provide the information to the upper management at Rockwell Hanford. And there's a couple of issues here, but the fundamental issue that I wanted to bring up is there were process upsets. And as we discussed earlier today with ETF, it's pretty clear from some of the equipment that failed that there have been upsets, but they haven't. It'd be fun to talk to the operators. That's where you learn what's going on in the facility, when you talk to the operators and you find out what's. And so I have my problem here is that I have like 40 years of stories I can tell you about all plant upsets where we just put stuff in the wrong place, and to assume that things are. So the lesson, the fact that every one of these ponds was contaminated and then cleaned up, because it wasn't too hard. Most of the contamination was right in the upper surface, so it was pretty easy to clean up. And it's my understanding that those ponds are now not a factor at all. But I don't know. There may be again, it's probably under a closure thing where you've got to go back every 5 years and do sampling or something. I've lost track of that, but it was not a. Shouldn't be a, well, it wasn't a problem back then. The ducks and stuff, we couldn't find that much contamination to speak of, but it's the history of the ponds is a fascinating history in terms of process upsets that have occurred at Hanford. So thank you. That's it.
So I have Liz and Steve in queue. Are you on this issue or a new one?
I'm on a new issue.
Okay, Steve, are you on this issue?
Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment about the ponds. I was on site when we interim stabilized U Pond, U Ditch, B Pond. We didn't excavate the materials. We simply dried them out and covered it, if I recall correctly. So we called it interim stabilization. So the material that was in the sediments, I believe, is still there.
That means that it's growing radioactive tumbleweeds now. Then tumbleweed roots go down, 10, 15 feet.
Yeah, that's why we started spraying tumbleweeds.
That might be why they added gravel to Gable Pond then.
Remember when one of the DOE guys wanted us to paint the different tumbleweeds in the different areas different colors so we'd know where they came from when they blew toward the river.
Jeez. I grew up in West Texas where you painted tumbleweeds to make fake Christmas trees. But
bit of mistake.
Yeah, no native trees, paint your tumbleweed. Liz, new topic.
Thanks. And I apologize. I'm going to have to disappear for a little bit, like 20 minutes to go get my daughter from the bus stop. But I was just thinking about our new members, and this is more like of a topic of how we, like the intros we can do before topics to help new people understand what's going to be talked about. And I mean, it's been nice that we have early access to some of the presentations, but it just made me think this morning with talking about groundwater and pump and treat, just that some of the basic, like some super basic concepts need to be explained really, really clearly before we can dive into the weedier topics that, even having done this for over a decade, I'm still having trouble following. It's just so easy to get lost in the numbers and alphabet soup of Hanford. And I'm not sure exactly like how that it needs to be formalized or anything, just more of like maybe it's something when we're developing agendas we can instead of saying introduction, like maybe we have a cue, like a code that helps us remember, like this is the basics. Like, why are we even talking about contaminated groundwater to begin with? Just like this super big picture, because I think it helps. And there's we just hired someone who will be taking my seat on the board next year. I phase out in June, like Vince. And so she's attending all the meetings with me. And so I'm getting a good glimpse into like, do you understand what's happening? Did you hear this explanation? Do you know what's happening? And so I have someone to like get that real-time feedback from. And it just seems like it's something we could try. Because I feel like somewhat like, a lot of us are pretty good at summarizing things at this point. And hearing from other HAB members might be nice. But I don't know if other people feel like that could be helpful or not. Just like beyond the just intro. And I'm guilty of it too, just going into technical jargon and forgetting to explain what I'm talking about. But
what do some of our newer members think about that? You have sat through a technical meeting and we have fire hosed you with all sorts of acronyms. What do our new folks think? Yes, I'm shamelessly trying to drag you into the meeting. Okay, Jan, help us out.
Well, I think that that's a really good area for us to explore. As it is right now, when we're building agendas, we want framing questions, and those are, questions that are really directed to the prospective presenter. But we could also have a category that has to do with orientation. And instead of them being framing questions, they're maybe acronyms and concepts, introductory concepts or more advanced concepts that could be explained either by the presenter or even by, ourselves, to make sure that as we launch into a particular topic, that people will have enough background to understand what's being spoken. And once again, that has to do with, people are going to drop into acronyms, but if you anticipate it, people can have that ready. So when they hear the term, they can translate it.
Cecilia.
Yeah, and sort of building on that, it could be that we have these sort of clarifying questions early on, and then with the meeting materials, we send out a cheat sheet of acronyms and sort of high-level discussions of, what is pump and treat and why are plumes bad and all that type of thing.
So, Tom, to put you on the spot because I can, are you thinking that that's a product that an issue manager team kind of does, or the gang of six, or the facilitation team, or the agencies, or I'm literally thinking back end production here?
Yeah. I would say probably gang of six when, when the agenda gets finalized, we could assign tasks and we can phone a friend if we need to.
Translation for new people, gang of six. That is code for the representatives of the six folks who are involved in sort of shepherding and leading a committee. So imagine there's a committee chair and a committee vice chair, and then there's a representative from each of the three TPA agencies, that's 5, and 6 is somebody from the facilitation team. So that's just code for the 6 people who need to be cooperating to make a meeting happen. So I call it the gang of 6. And I've got not one, but 2 hands up. Gary and Steve, and I don't know whose hand went up first. So Steve, I'm going to go to you, and then I'm going to go to Gary.
Okay, just real quick. During one of my prior lives, I spent a lot of time consulting in Idaho. And this little restaurant I used to have breakfast in had placemats that had all the acronyms for Idaho. And I can tell you, I carried that placemat around with me for quite a while. So a option would be to just simply produce a placemat that we could each have a copy of. That would at least help. It doesn't replace the need to say what we mean, but I always found it helpful.
So I'm going to ask Josh to noodle on the acronyms that he has to type the most in meeting minutes, and maybe we'll come up with something. Doesn't have to be done this week, Josh. Gary.
Well, good afternoon. And to kind of dovetail with this line of thought, on the 14th of December, the PIC is meeting, and among the topics of their agenda will be to discuss orientation and how to bring people into discussion on the HAB. And part of that will be, you know, getting down to an elementary level to make sure that first off, everybody has a good base set. And then second, you know, answer some of those questions that you're asking about. So I think everybody's kind of thinking about that. We're going to have a new member orientation before that meeting. So what we do won't actually impact the freshman class, if you want to call it that, for the HAB. But as we move forward, I think that is going to be something that's very important. And I'm absolutely certain that there are probably some members who have been through at least one and maybe are on their second appointment who still don't know a lot of the acronyms and why we talk about whatever. So I think that will be a good primer to get everybody up to the same speed.
I'm glad you explained that. I got confused.
On that topic, real quick, might want to consider inviting the sophomore class as well, because I think they missed some orientation when we went virtual.
Yes.
Agreed.
And we are, as a footnote, the facilitation team is doing orientation binders for everybody, all 70 folks, instead of trying to guess who has one and who doesn't. It was easier math to just include everybody. Rob.
To just completely change the subject, completely. And this may take some people by surprise or whatever, but when I worked in the labs, you know, one of our main principles is never concentrate what you're working with. Okay, never concentrate it. And so the criticalities and things of that sort, things that we kept in mind a lot. The one things that we didn't really think about was security and other aspects of working with hazardous and radioactive materials. I guess to some extent, you know, we kind of stay away a lot from the security. But on one half, I would think that if we had a nice understanding of the emergency response procedures and who gets contacted and where, and the typical thing that one would get, you know, on an introduction of an ERO team, emergency response team, that, you know, who's in charge and where you get the information and what the radio station is and what the emergency is about. I do think that to some extent, some of our hazards have increased. You know, we're carrying a lot of concentrated resins or filters with uranium and other things in it to waste sites from our various pump and treat programs to, you know, I just think that at some point that, you know, maybe a good discussion on, you know, how we feel we are in case that we do have in case we do have the one of only, I would think, problem on our site. What would we do? And those are always things that go in my head. Sometimes, you know, what would you do in case this? Where would you go? Who would you talk to? Where would you get the information from? I don't know that it needs to be too long, but it certainly thinks that we are dealing with stuff that's very nasty. We all know what to do when a chlorine alarm goes off, run away. But is it always the right thing to do in radiation? Run away. It's, you know, shielding and other things. So, all right, you know, looking for something new and blue. There you go.
Thank you, Rob. Pam.
First of all, I'm going to follow up on what Rob said. So another thing that could be added is if there is an emergency like the collapse of the Purex tunnel, how do you get current information? And I was in the Emergency Operations Center that day, and they were posting stuff on the internet and different places, Facebook, very quickly. But there were places that I wouldn't have known to look if I weren't an inside person. I mean, for example, there was a picture on the wall of the EOC of the hole, and I had my phone out and I took a picture of it, and somebody said, "Oh, you're not allowed to do that. That's not public information." And it's like, it's already on the internet. It's been posted by DOE. So, let's be forthcoming. And so let people know. So like Jeff Tyree or somebody else within DOE could provide that information to you, and you could put that in the briefing book. So it's hopefully something bad is not going to happen again, but if it does, how can you follow currently what's going on? Because it's available publicly. The other thing I just want to raise, which I brought up in a previous committee meeting, I think, is that we have contact information in the ring binder, and I think Ecology put out the last one, but we have no names and phone numbers for EPA, Ecology, and DOE if we need to get a hold of those folks. And now that I'm retired, I don't have access to the old computer, and I would really appreciate having phone numbers for people that the HAB interacts with. It would be really helpful. Thank you.
Other open forum topics, comments, questions? Yes, there is going to be an updated HAB membership list on Hanford.gov. Josh and I actually talked about it over lunch.
So Ruth, are you in the Richland office?
No, I'm back in the home office.
Oh, okay.
So
well, the Richland office is beautiful and modern and large. I was so delighted to see where Josh gets to live and work, because the hole in the corner that they used to be in was pretty crummy. So congratulations to your company, Ruth, that had the sense to put you in a good place.
Yeah, so I do. I have an office there as well. I'm just not there as often. So, but yes, there is. There's a small conference room. There's a small conference area that is sort of a table in the middle of the filing cabinets in the library. So you're sort of surrounded by the HAB. And there's also actually coffee and whatnot if you need that.
So it looks like we're well ahead of schedule.
Yes.
Are there any other last call for open forum, and then maybe we break until 2:40?
And do committee business?
Yeah.
All right. Why don't we do that? Now, I'm going to, as you think through your break, we're going to be looking at the next committee meeting, which is February. Don't let that date fool you, because it's got to be topics and framing questions. And given your conversation here, maybe a couple of ideas about what would somebody need to know to go in and actually hear those topics and have a good framework to understand them. So maybe it's actually a 3-part committee business. Break until 2:40.
All right. It looks like it's 2:40, so hope everybody's ready for the home stretch. I guess So this part of the meeting is where we take care of any administrative committee business that we need to do, and also come up with what we might want to see for the next committee meeting, which is in February. You know, if when I sort of mapped out how the year might go, if this week or this meeting was groundwater week, then I had sort of the February timeframe slotted for potentially, contaminated soil or remediation or removal action week, and that type of update. And going to Liz's topic, where having a sort of a primer before that, I think that the full board meeting is going to have a discussion of the different regulatory frameworks in the RECRA and CERCLA worlds. So that might sort of lead into a remediation or removal discussion. I know that EPA is interested in, or it has an interest in the 5-year CERCLA review, which is scheduled to be finalized in May. There's a draft out now, so it might be ripe for discussion in February. Be tight if we were going to come up with formal advice, but at least for public information and individual comments, it might be worth putting that on the list. I know we had requested discussion of the Rascal team, which is sort of an investigation topic, which would also fit into the sort of soil and cleanup framework. And we do have elections in February as well for committee leadership.
So on the draft calendar for 22, the meeting would be February 8th. HAB meeting in March. That's kind of the January to March quarter, if you will. So your dates, February 8th for a RAP meeting, HAB meeting the next month. There are a couple placeholders for either committee calls or gang of 6 calls. So typically in a skeleton agenda, which is this beast, it usually works out to 2 blocks in the morning, which are often presentations, and then a block in the afternoon that is either presentation or work product, could be advice, could be sounding board, and then open forum and committee business to wrap the day up. So this is really what I work off of when I'm trying to figure out how to time out your agendas. So if you have basically 3 chunks to work with, blocks 2, 4, and 6, how do you want to fit this list of topics into that? I don't want it to feel so boxy you're hemmed in. It's a starting point to build the meeting.
Well, I guess one starting point would be to, Gary, do you know if any of those topics are ripe for February or?
Sure, I'm taking a look at the list here, and I'm reasonably confident that PFP would probably be right. for that time, because I think that we're getting close to the end of that project, the above grade portion. And I think that'll wrap up after first of the year. I don't want to get ahead of my headlights on that one, but I believe for March, for February rather, that will probably be a topic we could do.
And would that include the slab sampling results?
I don't know enough of all of that yet, so I don't have a response for that. And as far as the Rascal teams, I thought that was kind of a one and done a couple of years ago, and that the Rascal teams aren't active now, but I'll have to take a look at that. I think you may know a little bit more about that one than I do.
Yeah, I know that there had been some meetings, and they came up with a new operable unit, and just wanted to. I don't know that new OU and sort of what that means has been presented to the board, but if it has been and I missed it, I'm open for correction.
Chair, vice chair elections, that means the opening is a little longer than 15 minutes. Gary, what about Purex or Gable Pond?
I'll have to check on those. I haven't heard about those in quite a while, so I'll have to check with a couple of folks.
Yeah, and it could be that it's not specifically the Purex removal action. One thing that came out in a conversation, I think during a public meeting a while back, was that the HAB would be a good opportunity to sort of present progress that's sort of in between reports. So if we just did a general review of what's happened with the different removal actions on the plateau, there's like 5 or 6 non-time critical and time critical removal actions going. What buildings have been DD'd and what buildings are prepped and all that type of thing.
I will dig into that.
I will clean this up and send it to you, Gary. So, Rascal. So, and that leaves the 5-year circular review. Is that an EPA thing, a DOE thing, an all of the above thing?
It's a DOE report that EPA will be commenting on.
Historically, EPA has led the discussion on that.
Yeah.
Okay. And we don't have them on, but that's okay. I know how to get Roberto. Now, in terms of framing questions, so the thing about 324 AAX canyons and disposition. So PFP, we have some framing questions. Are they close to what you would forward to the agencies?
I think they've already told us that the rubble pile is gone.
Yes.
Okay.
There was a question that's not on the list that came up, and that is status of residual contamination from the spread.
Is that clear enough for someone to understand?
Spread of what?
It was I don't remember what year it was, but it was when the whole project shut down and there was a release of plutonium to the air and it settled some distance away. There was a question about what was going to be done with the soil that had landed on. And I think they were surveying it and going to put fixative on it, but just the status of that.
Maybe you could say wind-blown contamination.
That works.
Thank you.
Thanks for the terminology, Pam.
Yes, yes. Okay. Response to rapid advice. Corridor.
So question for folks who have been on the board longer than me. When the board issues advice on proposed plans, do we typically get a letter back, or is it just in the responsiveness summary of the ROD?
Well, Tom, I can address 303, and you're actually going to get responses on both. We were waiting for the comments to be finalized, and we will have a draft response on that. And then aging structures number 306. We're still working to get that one finalized. We had a couple of folks who had some personal issues that need to be taken care of that were a little bit higher priority. And we're working through that, and we're trying to get both of those cleared out. I think 306 we can possibly get cleared out by the end of this calendar year, and I think 303 will be sometime early spring.
Great. Yeah, I was just looking back through the record, and it looked like there hadn't been a formal letter on the proposed plan in the Horn either, so I wasn't sure whether that was just standard process that we didn't get one, but if we're getting one, that's great.
Yeah, as soon as those are finalized, we'll get those out to you as soon as we can, because I don't like stuff like this hanging around in my inbox.
So let's go back up. Sorry, I don't mean to make. So we don't have, actually the questions then that are missing are sort of the big picture remedial removal action update, kind of those key questions.
Which might be addressed in December's board meeting.
Because if a primer is needed after we do the December board meeting and we know more, the acronym list will be impressive. I can imagine, only because I've done this with other clients, I literally remember being at ADAC in Alaska and having 3 very long flip charts of this is a NEPA process, this is a CERCLA process, this is a RCRA process, and trying to help the room understand that the terms were the same, but the processes were different.
Yeah, and I think that's one that we'll probably push to the next meeting. We had several things lined up for December, but because there were actions that the board could not take in September that were deferred to December, such as formal adoption of the work plan and calendar, discussion and adoption of potential tank advice, things like that. We decided to allow the board to, it was probably in the board's best interest to clear out some of this uncompleted work before we start something new. So yeah, so that'll be pushed to the next meeting in the spring.
So the implication of that is if spring meeting is June, then if the committee wants to do something on this in February, there would have to be a modicum of a primer to help people not get lost.
Yeah, I'd be willing to work with some folks to write up a fact sheet or something if there isn't one already. that could go out with the packets for the meeting.
There might be something in the old EPA presentation on how many acronyms can you use to regulate a site. I don't think that's what Craig would say about it, but the old EPA, how you clean stuff up, might have some of that in it. And Emmy or Roberto or somebody might be able to share that. It's a pretty good presentation.
Okay, the other important question here is there anything we're missing that anyone else in the committee or who might be joining the committee wants to hear about, or that knows might be ripe, or ripe means ready for conversation?
Or any new folks who actually are a little confused about what's on the list and you want to know something a little more.
Can I jump in? Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering if it's worth, and I apologize if I missed it when I was getting lazy. If it's just worth, like, in PIC we do a round robin where we're all sharing a topic. I'm wondering if it's worth doing like a 15-minute, and maybe it's already in here, like when we talk about the river corridor, what are we talking about and why? Like, why does it matter? And maybe you're already planning something like that, Tom.
I'm not going to take credit for that because I wasn't, but it's a great idea. Maybe when you think of cleanup, what do you think? What does that mean to you? Not specific to the river corridor. Yeah.
Because I think there's like a lot of stuff that people. I mean, we could do it as a round robin, or we could do it as like get a little issue manager team together to prepare something like a presentation that we could do together as the wrap, not asking the agencies to do it, and even look back at some old advice that we've given that help ground people in like where does the hub sit on some of these issues, like kind of where are the board's priorities. Because I think that can be helpful. I mean, it's something like I could do one-on-one with someone, but I think it'd be nice if we could try to figure that out for the committee.
If you want to do like a 10 to 15 minute something, the opening can squish a little bit. If you want to do a round robin, don't shoot the messenger. We had 51 people in this meeting at the top of the meeting.
Yeah, I was thinking
a round robin with 51 people doesn't fit easily.
No, I was thinking more like just a presentation, but maybe like an issue manager team. I'd be happy to be a part of a team to try to work on something. I just think it could be helpful to ground new members and also just have it, if it's something we can post with the meeting, someone could look at it later, or it's all recorded anyway. You could look at it another time.
Yeah, I mean, we could, don't hold me to this, but if we shaved 15 minutes off of open forum, which I try to avoid, but if we put that sort of up at the front where we do the fact sheet or that type of thing and presentation of what the RAP has stood for in the past, value statements and that type of thing, might be helpful to sort of set the stage for the discussions and of the remediation and removals.
Yeah, I think even if it's just like, sometimes I just need my brain to be guided to the big picture of what we're talking about. It just takes a minute for me to transition from other work I'm doing to HAB. And I can imagine if your work has nothing to do with Hanford, it might take a minute to just be like, okay, right, that's why we're here. That's what River and Plateau is.
All right. Well, we've got Liz and I working on it. Anybody else want to join that team? I don't imagine it's going to be, 80 hours worth of work over the holidays, but the more the merrier.
And you don't have to know the answer to volunteer.
You can join the team to learn.
And we have people on the board right now who join issue manager teams out of curiosity about learning. So don't think that's odd. It actually happens.
Yeah, or even if you want.
I suggest you ask Todd Martin to participate.
Good call. Let's volunteer him. Okay, so we have a primer followed by 3 blocks, which might be 5-year circular view, PFP, and remedial removal update.
That's kind of what was floating to the top. And we'll have to slot in elections. But there's some wiggle room in here. Yeah, there's some wiggle room. We can make this one fit.
Does that give anybody heartburn? Any objections from the agencies? Something to work towards, I mean.
No, looks fine to me.
Would you move it further down, please?
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
Gary, is there anything we're missing that's going to be ready for advice that time of year?
You know, I've sent a note over to some colleagues to find out really what's happening there and what might be bubbling. I haven't paid as much attention to the Central Plateau as probably I should have. I've been focused more on waste treatment plants recently. So I will have an answer for you within a few days.
I also anticipate that we're going to want to talk about cleanup priorities at some point during that maybe committee business.
Yeah, that is the season.
Which is a good thing we're talking about cleanup.
Are there other issues of committee business that you all want to bring up, tackle, solve?
This is Pam. I've had my name in the queue. Gary, I desperately need an 8.5 by 11 calendar for the year with the proposed committee meetings and proposed HAB meetings. That's how I get my brain around the schedule. And even though I'm retired, I've got a bunch of stuff going on. So I need to, put the holds on those days that we're anticipating. And of course they can change, but I would appreciate it so much. And please send it in a format that will print on 8.5 by 11. The last format was 4 pieces of paper that you had to tape together. So if you can do it, please, thank you.
And actually the way the work plan and calendar are set up is that you can print any of the pages on there. And one of the actions for the December board will be to formally adopt that. I could go on and share it with you a couple of days before that. But yeah, it's not formally adopted yet.
Can't you just call it a draft?
And that's what we are calling it. During the last EIC meeting, I was given provisional authority to use the calendar and for planning purposes. And then once it's formally adopted, then it's closer to being in stone. But yes, I'll send you a draft.
So the draft is
Thank you.
posted under board meetings, under actually the last 2 board meetings.
Let's see. The other thing we haven't talked about, if you're interested in running for chair or vice chair, what do you do?
Let Josh or I know.
Okay.
Send
That's
an
easy.
email to hab@slind.net in the chat. It's the easiest email address to remember for the facilitation team because it's the shortest. You can nominate yourself or you can nominate someone else. We will ask all those who are nominated if they are willing to serve. So if you nominate someone, we will double check with them to see if they would say yes. Tom, do you want to say, you or Jan want to say a little bit about what the job is?
Herding cats comes to mind. So it's a lot of fun, and it takes a good chunk of time to coordinate schedules and agendas and calls. But it is certainly rewarding to see the conversations and the information sharing. It's a great thing. So highly recommend anyone who's interested to throw your hat in the ring.
And you are not alone. There's a reason there's a gang of 6 and it's not a gang of 1.
Yes, that's what I was going to say, is that there is such great support, not only from the facilitation team, but from the agencies as well, so that a person should not talk themselves out of it simply because you feel like, I don't know, that you'd have to do it all yourself. You don't.
And then, of course, one of the things to think about is the huge stipend that you get for leadership. So you can take your stipend and a quarter, and you're still going to be about $5 short for a cup of coffee.
Stipend, is that another word for anxiety?
No, it's another word for infrastructure.
A lot of fun. Yes, Bob, we have fun, or at least high entertainment value.
The rap is fun. I can't speak for the other committees.
No, it's because Bob is worried about his committee tanking.
Oh, that was bad.
Yes.
All right. Well, on that note, does anyone else have any burning topics or things that need to be addressed before we adjourn? Hearing nothing, everyone have a great afternoon, and thanks for all of your work today.
Right. We will see many of you tomorrow. You are all welcome to come.
Bye.
Thanks, Tom.